Updated scenario launch with you. You have an updated scenario launch with you.
There is scenario not yet.
Yes.
No, we didn't.
Hello, Simon. Can you hear me? Excuse me, Simon, are you there?
He's always struggling with. Oops.
And so when I do my and the presentation, you have a pointer.
So I just pick up. Yeah, we just put it so they will notice. Okay. And then So, good morning, everybody. May I get your attention, please? So, good morning, everybody. May I get your kind attention, please? So, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to the senior official segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. So, we will be starting very soon, and you are kindly requested to take your seat for the opening session. So may I request everyone to turn off their phone or set them on a silent mode during the meeting to avoid any disruption in the proceedings. So this meeting we are trying to be paperless as much as possible, and the green forum. So, and you can access all the documents in our Asia Pacific and ministerial website. So all the background documents, key documents, side event documents, agendas, and draft resolutions that will be proposed. So we are, and also any other relevant informations, programs, agendas, annotated agendas, please do access through the website. Now, Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, will you please join me in welcoming our special guest this morning, Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, Mr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary to the Prime Minister's, Sri Lanka, His Excellency Mr. Firas Kaudi, Chair of the Committee of Permanent Representatives Bureau and Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan in Nairobi, Ms. Dichen Sering, Regional Director and Representative, United Nations Environment Program, Asia and Pacific.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good morning, sir.
Prime Minister.
So it is our honor to invite Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, as Chair of the Bureau of the Senior Officials meeting at the 4th last Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific to chair today's opening session. Over to Dr. Jasingge, Chair.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Subrata. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the senior official segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. We will be starting shortly, so may I kindly request you to please take your seats for the opening session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the senior officials meeting of the 4th Forum of the Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. My heartiest welcome to all of you. It is indeed my honor to serve as chair of today's opening session. May I invite Mr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary to the Prime Minister, Sri Lanka, to deliver the welcome address on behalf of the host country, Sri Lanka. Thereafter, it will be my honor to invite Ms. Dichen Sering, Regional Director of Representative and Representative UN Environment Program, Asia and Pacific. His Excellency, Mr. Firas Kaudi, Chair of the Committee of the Permanent Representative Bureau and Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Nairobi, will deliver the inaugural address. I will now invite Mr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary to the Prime Minister, Sri Lanka, to deliver the welcome address on behalf of the host country, Sri Lanka.
Ayubowan, good morning. Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary Ministry of Environment, Governor of Sri Lanka, and the Chair of the Senior Officials Bureau of the 4th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Ms. Anil Jasingge, the Regional Director and the representative of United Nations Environment Programme Asia and the Pacific. His Excellency Kauri, the Chair of the segment, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our nation, it's with great honor I welcome you to Sri Lanka. Over generations, we celebrate culture, diversity, and wisdom uniquely blended with Sri Lankan hospitality. I believe that the 5th Asia-Pacific Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and Pacific we host here no exception. In my official capacity as the Secretary to Prime Minister, I try to ensure good governance with governing architecture that is participatory, accountable, transparent, responsive, equitable, inclusive, and follows the rule of law. Yet, I constantly question myself, is human footprint we leave behind nurtures the present? I'm confident that our footprint today do not compromise the rights of our children. Right to live in a safe environment, right for a fresh breath, right for healing handful of water from a river, right to climb a tree and pluck a mesmerizing wild fruit. Mr. Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, I raise the same question at the Uni of 4. Do we deliver the good governance? Have we missed the most important piece of the puzzle? Co-governance is an assurance for a better tomorrow and for generations to come. While we are too busy with concern with public expenditure, public administration, and economic affairs, have we capitalized our natural capital? The invaluable gifts of nature which nurture the past, nurtures the present, and will nurture the future. As we join the discussions of Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution, parallel to 5th Asia-Pacific Forum here in Sri Lanka, I am pleased that Sri Lanka co-sponsored resolutions on maritime litter and microplastics at Uni 3, followed by a resolution on marine plastic litter and microplastics at Uni 4, which paved the way towards an international legacy, an international legally binding instrument to end worldwide plastic pollution. I heard from UN Environment that this is considered the most significant environmental multilateral deal since Paris Accord. Similarly, following the Uni 4 resolution on sustainable nitrogen management sponsored by the Republic of India, Colombo Declaration on Sustainable Nitrogen Management was agreed on the UN Day in 2019. Colombo Declaration agreed by UNEP member states parallel to the launch of UN Global Campaign on Nitrogen in Colombo, ignited a dialogue across policy actions worldwide. In Colombo, its ambition of having nitrogen waste was absorbed by the Convention on Biological Diversity and now set a target to reduce nutrient pollution worldwide. It's with content I reiterate that the background of the resolution on nitrogen at Uni 4 too was set by the Colombo Declaration. I'm indeed happy that the progress of the Colombo Declaration will be reported to Uni 6 based on today's discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussions as senior officials here today must be visionary enough to propose practical solution at Uni 6 for the triple planetary crisis. Principles of good governance must be webbed with resolution of Uni 6, carefully capitalizing the gift of nature. Our unity in Asia-Pacific region must ensure that multilateral actions and union resolutions leave a legacy winning the hearts of generations to come. With that, I sincerely wish the Asia-Pacific Forum all the success. May the deliberations of senior officials meeting induce fruitful outcomes at UNIA 6. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anurag Dissanayake, for your welcome address. Now I will invite Ms. Dechen Tsering, UN Environmental Regional Director and Representative for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver her welcome address.
Your Excellency, Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Government of Sri Lanka, and Chair of the Senior Officials Bureau of the 4th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Your Excellency, Mr. Anurag Dissanayake, Secretary to the Prime Minister, Government of Sri Lanka. Your Excellency, Mr. Firas Khoury, Chair of the Committee of Permanent Representatives Bureau and Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan to Kenya, senior officials, distinguished delegates, and colleagues, I'm very pleased to welcome you today for the senior official segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. As you will recall, we had the last meeting of the forum hosted by the Republic of Korea in 2021, and we are very pleased to have this forum jointly organized by the Government of Sri Lanka and UNEP. I would like to first and foremost begin by thanking the Government of Sri Lanka for supporting this important forum and for their very warm hospitality. UNEP very much welcomes the ownership and leadership of the forum by our member states in response to the UN Environment Assembly's call in 2016 to organize regional forums of ministers of the environment. This week's forum has participants from 30 countries participating. We have 25 online, 25 on-site, and 5 online out of our 41 member states in the region, and we have 12 ministers participating. Due to our collective positive experience of online and hybrid meetings stemming from COVID-19 period, we're very pleased to note that this forum is in a hybrid format to allow active engagement of member states and other stakeholders who are unable to travel to be here with us today. I am confident that the discussions and deliberations will be engaging and productive as previous meetings of the forum. The theme for this year's forum discussion and next year's 6th UN Environment Assembly, Effective, Inclusive, and Sustainable Multilateral Actions to Tackle Climate Change, Biodiversity Loss, and Pollution. This theme provides an opportunity to discuss cooperative action that can drive action on the triple planetary crises of climate change, nature, and pollution, and accelerate progress towards achieving the environmental dimensions of the Sustainable Development Goals. In our region in Asia Pacific, we've seen a wide-ranging and successful multilateral action on the environmental dimension of sustainable development, from the ASEAN Leaders' Declaration on Blue Economy to the Kathmandu Roadmap for systematic and significant improvement in regional air quality in South Asia, to the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program support to Pacific Island countries on effective implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Our region has well-established regional and sub-regional intergovernmental forums for multilateral action. To complement and inform the member states' discussions, we will hear from partners. Later today, we will hear a statement from the second session of UNEP's Science Policy Business Forum for Asia Pacific, which took place earlier this week, and they brought science, policy, and business sectors to discuss 2 priority areas, addressing environmental and social governance in the Asia Pacific region and harnessing the power of sustainable infrastructure. We also look forward to hearing the outcomes of the Asia Pacific Major Group and Stakeholders Forum, which was held back-to-back with this forum. I'm also pleased to inform you that the Asia Pacific Youth Environment Forum met this week as a self-organized forum for training and capacity building for youth participating at UNEA 6 and the Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. This forum will also provide space for you to highlight issues related to the theme of multilateral action to tackle climate, nature, and pollution, issues of particular importance to our region. We want to make sure that the voice of the Asia Pacific member states is heard at the Environment Assembly in Nairobi next year and specifically reflected in the ministerial outcome document from UNEA 6. This forum also provides you with an opportunity to review progress in the region in the implementation of the existing UN Environment Assembly resolutions. Since the last forum in 2021, UNEP continues to work at the regional and country levels with your governments and regional intergovernmental forums to implement these resolutions, and later this morning we will present an overview of the progress made. There will be also an opportunity to discuss draft resolutions that member states will put forward to the upcoming UN Environment Assembly. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you very successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this opening address. I will now invite His Excellency Mr. Firas Khoury, Chair of the Committee of Permanent Representatives Bureau and Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Nairobi, to deliver his inaugural address. Over to you.
Bit tall, so I have to. So, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm very happy to be here in Sri Lanka, and this is the first time, and I hope it will not be the last time. This very beautiful country. I acknowledge the dignitaries, Mr. Honorable Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, and Chair of the Senior Official Bureau, 4th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Mr. Anura Desinyaka, Secretary to the Prime Minister of Government of Sri Lanka. Ms. Dishan Singh, Regional Director and Representative UN Environmental Program Asia and Pacific. Excellencies, distinguished delegations, representatives of UN agencies and major groups and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. I am honored to deliver the inaugural address at the senior official segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, and I am grateful to the government of Sri Lanka for hosting this important forum and for its warm hospitality. The 6th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly is scheduled to be held from 26 February to 1st of March 2024 in Nairobi, Kenya, with the participation of member states as well as representatives of intergovernmental organizations, UN system entities, and major groups and other stakeholders under the theme Effective, Inclusive, and Sustainable Multilateral Action to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The three planetary environmental crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are jeopardizing and unprecedented scales our collective economic and social well-being and profoundly undermining opportunities to reduce poverty and improve livelihood and quality of life. Effective, inclusive, and sustainable actions to tackle these multiple crises call for a transformative, intergenerational, and science-based approach informed by the latest and best available evidence and the knowledge of indigenous peoples and their communities to strengthen resilience to present and future emerging challenges, promote global solidarity, and advance the realization of the UN General Assembly Resolution 76/300 on the human rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. UNIA 6 provides a center stage of environmental multilateralism and reinvigorated leadership that can deliver timely, effective, and inclusive actions commensurate with the scale and speed of response needed to strengthen the resilience to global risks and accelerate the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At the joint retreat of the Bureau and the UN Environment Assembly and the Bureau of the Committee of the Permanent Representatives held on 6 and 7 of July in Morocco, the two bureaus took a number of key decisions to advance UNIA 6 preparations. They are: approved the draft provisional agenda and the draft annotated provisional agenda of UNIA 6. Agreed that UNIA 6 will consider the new supplementary item entitled Cooperation with Multilateral Environment Agreements, MAEs, on 28 February 2024, with a formal opening followed by 2 consecutive high-level dialogues, and that the summaries of the dialogues will be presented at the closing meeting. This item provides an opportunity to showcase collaboration between UNEP and all the MAEs to advance and implement UNIA's mandate and the global environmental agenda. Agreed with the structure of UNIA 6, holding 3 leadership dialogue and a multi-stakeholder dialogue. Agreed that UNIA 6 will be held fully in person, while informal consultation will be held in hybrid format. Also, it endorsed the guidelines on the submission of the draft resolution and decisions, including the deadline for submission of draft resolution and decision by 18 December 2023, and welcome UNEP's communication strategy for UNIA 6. Ladies and gentlemen, UNIA 6 will be preceded by the 6th meeting of the Open-Ended Committee of Permanent Representatives, taking place from 19 to 23rd of February, which would undertake the important role of final negotiations on the draft resolutions and decisions for adoption by the Environment Assembly. UNIA 6 outcomes must be bold, time-bound, and ambitious to deliver on the current environmental challenges. They will represent our current collective thinking on prevailing environmental issues and will be a vital step in the need for action. In keeping with the outcome of the CPR-based review, the CPR is expected to devote at least half a day at its upcoming 5-day annual subcommittee meeting to be held from 20 to 24 November 2023 to identify areas suitable for the tabling of the draft resolutions and decisions. It will be an opportunity for member states to indicate early intention to submit draft resolutions and decisions, and where possible, to share supporting concept notes. The intersessional preparatory process for UNIA 6 will be conducted under the auspices of the CPR, and I encourage delegations to respect the deadline that have been established by the UNIA and CPR Bureau for the submission of draft resolutions and decisions. The detailed guidance provided by the Bureau on the submission of draft resolutions and decisions for consideration by the Assembly can be accessed on UNIA 6 website, and I encourage all of you to get familiar with it to ensure a smooth process. I would like also to assure delegates that as the chair of the CPR, working with the CPR Bureau and with UNIA 6 presidency, I will ensure an inclusive, transparent, and open consultative process. Ladies and gentlemen, let me at this stage briefly refer to the accreditation of representatives to the Committee of Permanent Representatives. In the political declaration of UNIA at 50, UNIA invited member states and members of specialized agencies that have not yet done so to become accredited to the committee. The accreditation process is very simply, namely, it requires submission of an official communication to the Secretariat informing of the wish to get accredited and providing the names and representatives. Member states based outside of Nairobi can have their representatives accredited too. From the Asia-Pacific region, at least half of the member states are not represented in the committee. I therefore encourage and urge representatives to consider accreditation of the Committee of Permanent Representatives. A side event is organized by UNEP at lunchtime today, where additional information will be provided on UNEP as the partner of choice and no accreditation. The fifth forum, Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia Pacific, a regional preparatory meeting, provide us with a chance to review how our decisions, resolutions have been put into action in the region and help identify the region's inputs to the UNIA 6 in February 2024. I am sure that the fifth forum of ministers and environmental authorities of Asia Pacific will play a critical role in identifying regional environmental agenda for sustainable development and help build a clearer voice from the Asia Pacific region at UNIA 6, as well as across the UN and its processes. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, for hosting this important regional event in this beautiful city, Colombo. Also, my deep appreciation to UNEP Secretariat and their team for jointly organizing this fifth forum for ministers. I am also grateful to member states and other stakeholders for participating at the high-level segment of the fifth forum of ministers, both on-site and online. Finally, I look forward to a successful deliberation in the fifth forum of ministers and environment authorities of Asia Pacific, which will lay a very solid foundation for a successful UNIA 6. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for your warm words. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to be here today at this fifth forum of ministers of environment authorities of Asia Pacific. I once again welcome you all in Sri Lanka and hope that you will have a nice day. This forum brings a great value to the region with priorities for the regional environmental agenda, issues related to sustainable development goals, and conveying a clearer message from Asia and Pacific at the 6th session of United Nations Environment Assembly and other UN processes. This forum will discuss the theme of the 6th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. I also congratulate Secretariat, the United Nations Environment Programme, for its leadership to jointly organize the forum with the Minister of Environment of Government of Sri Lanka. Thank you once again and look forward to successful deliberation. Let me thank Excellencies Mr. Anura Disanayake, Ms. Dechen Tsering, and Mr. Firas Khoury for being here with us for the inaugural session. So thank you very much. Please take your respective seats. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor now to oversee the election of officers to the senior official segment. We now move to election of the officers of the senior officials meeting of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. The forum will elect a chair and 2 vice chairs to serve as bureau for the senior official segment. I now open the floor for any nominations for the position of a chair and 2 vice chairs. Thank you. Distinguished delegate from Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everybody. I have the honor to propose the election of the following distinguished representatives for the Bureau of the Senior Official Meeting of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environmental Authorities of Asia Pacific. As Chair, I have the honor of proposing the election of Mr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary, Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka. As Vice Chairs, Ms. Phakawan Fisamei, Director General, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of the Lao PDR, and Ms. Moira Faretuturu, Assistant CEO, Ministry of Natural Resources of Samoa. I'm sure that the distinguished delegates, which I have proposed, will discharge their duties efficiently for the success deliberation of the senior official segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We need to second this proposal. Yeah, delegate from Nairu, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I shall second the proposal of the distinguished member, distinguished representative of Japan. For the Chair, I have the honor in proposing the re-election of Mr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary, Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka. Vice Chairs, Ms. Phakawan Fisamei, Director General, Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment, Lao People's Democratic Republic. Ms. Moira Faletutulu, Assistant CEO, Ministry of Natural Resources of Samoa. I would like to extend all the best wishes to elected Bureau members for the successful deliberations, the senior officials meeting. Thank you, and I'd like to wish everyone here a fruitful meeting.
Thank you, the delegate from Nairu. Are there any other proposals? I see none. It is therefore my honor to confirm that the following delegates have been elected as officers of the senior official segment of the forum. So I have honor. So the following are the elected members. Myself as the chair of the bureau, and then Mrs. Maria Faletutulu, Assistant CEO, Minister of Natural Resources of Samoa, as the vice chair, the first vice, and then also Mrs. Phakawan Fisamei, Director General, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao People's Democratic Republic, as the other vice chair. So may I express my gratitude to the delegates of the AP Forum for electing for re-election as the chair, and as well as our 2 vice chairs as the vice chairs. So let me invite two. Let me invite two vice chair to take their respective seats. Please join me in congratulating two vice chairs of the Bureau, namely Ms. Pakwana Pisami from Lao People's Democratic Republic and Ms. Moira Falatutu, Assistant CEO, Ministry of Natural Resources, Samoa. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege for me to serve once again as the chair of this important forum of ministers and environment authorities of Asia Pacific at its 5th session. For myself and on behalf of the other members of the Bureau, I wish to express our appreciation to the distinguished representatives for the confidence you have placed in us. We have a challenging agenda ahead of us. As the chair of the senior officials meeting, I shall do my best to ensure that this meeting achieves its objectives and produces meaningful outcomes for our future work together. In this connection, I would like to rely on the spirit of cooperation and involvement of all distinguished delegates and the able support of members of Bureau. I also wish to thank the Secretariat for the organization of this forum, and I am sure we can count on its continued good work. I would like to express appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Firas Kouri, CPR Chair, Mr. Anura Disanayake, Secretary to the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, and Ms. Dechen Tsering for your valuable open remarks, which will set the tone for the meeting. Before moving to adoption of the agenda, I would like to mention that the forum is being organized on site with opportunity for online participation, and I would welcome your active participation and that of your delegation both on site and online. I understand the Secretariat has already shared information for participation online. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us now turn to annotated provisional agenda item 1C on the adoption of agenda as presented to you in document UNEP/AP ENB Forum 5/L.1. Before I present the agenda for endorsement, I would like to recall that the geographical coverage of the United Nations Environment Programme Regional Office for Asia and Pacific includes 41 member states: Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, China, Cook's Island, People's Republic of Korea, Fiji, India, Indonesia, Islam Republic of Iran, Japan, Kiribati, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Maldives, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nauru, Nepal, New Zealand, New, Pakistan, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Samoa, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Vietnam. Now I open the floor for any comments. Unless I see delegates have any comments, it is so decided. I see no comments, therefore the agenda is adopted. Yeah, now I invite two vice chair to take their respective seats. Thank you. I did. No. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening session. I thank you for your cooperation in adopting the agenda of 5th Forum Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. I will now hand over the Secretariat for quick announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Announcement 1. There will be 2 side events during the lunch break today from 12:30 to 14 hours. Side event 1, UNEP, your partner of choice, will be in the Lotus Room A. Side event 2, Pacific Climate Change and Ocean Management Initiatives in Lotus Room B. Announcement 2. Considering the tight agenda of senior officials meeting, there will not be a specific tea break. Delegates may choose to help themselves with a cup of tea or coffee in their own convenience. Tea coffee will be served in the section C of the Shangri-La Ballroom. Announcement 3, delegates, those who are sponsored by UNEP, can collect DSA at the UNEP Secretariat in second floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is called to order. I shall invite the Secretariat, Ms. Dechen Sering, Region Director, UNEP, Asia and Pacific, to present the progress in the implementation of the resolution of the United Nations Environment Assembly in Asia and the Pacific as contained in UNEP/AP ENV Forum 5/1. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, this presentation will provide an overview of the document, review of the implementation in Asia and Pacific of the resolutions of the United Nations Environment Assembly. This is a key document that's been made available for this forum. Next slide, please. In total, there were 90 resolutions adopted during the United Nations Environment Assembly, UNEA 1 to 5. Among them, 40 have been implemented in the Asia-Pacific region, covering 6 sub-programs from the UNEP medium-term strategy. These sub-programs include climate, nature, chemical and pollution action, science policy, environmental governance, finance, and economic transformation. Next slide, please. If you look at these 40 resolutions, and apologies for the size, you will see a mapping of the 40 UNEA resolutions that are implemented in the Asia-Pacific region. And honorable members, we can make this presentation available to you. Next slide, please. So if you look at climate action, we've looked at support for both mitigation and adaptation, access to technology and finance. We've done programs on ecosystems-based adaptation in 8 countries, going from Bangladesh, Laos, Timor-Leste. These interventions include rehabilitating degraded riparian zones, riverbeds using climate-resilient species, conserving river islands, greening low-income housing for informal settlers, slope stabilization. We've also done a lot of capacity building and training in many of the countries in the region. For example, in Nepal, we did 400 government officials on ecosystem-based adaptation. We've been working in the Pacific Island countries and building resilience in Palau, Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, Niue, Cook Islands. And here the focus has been climate information and knowledge services. Currently, both Timor-Leste and Maldives are in the process of accessing these funds. There's also been a lot of work with women, renewable energy, building resilience of women in Bangladesh, Cambodia, Vietnam. A large part of the support, again, has been to enhance the transparency frameworks of the UNFCCC. And here we've done a lot of training with government officials. We've also done training to implement nationally determined contributions in countries Bangladesh, Mongolia, Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Maldives, Fiji, Malaysia. We've done support to countries to improve energy efficiency of appliances. And like in the ASEAN, we're looking at sort of energy standards and harmonization. And there's been work in India, Maldives, Sri Lanka on the uptake of EV technology, providing technical capacity for planning urban public transport systems in Vientiane and Laos. And if you look, when we look at the UNEA resolutions implemented on climate, we're looking at about 18 million invested. Next slide, please. So on climate action, there's been a focus on sustainable management of biodiversity and ecosystems, application of nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches, and online interventions. Much of the support has come through countries from the Global Environment Facility. The focus is coastal marine ecosystems, sustainable blue economy, a lot of work through the Regional Seas Program. This is the coordinating body on seas of East Asia, Northwest Pacific Action Plan, and together with SPREP for the Pacific. In addition, countries in the region have done a lot of work in economic value of impacts and dependencies of agri-food value chains and key sectors. And this is work we've done through the economics of ecosystems and biodiversity. We've also done work in terms of national ecosystem assessments in Vietnam. There's been work that has been done on the One Health, and there will be a side event on it. And then we've done work to help countries meet their obligations, both to the Convention on Biological Diversity and to the UNCCD on land degradation. Here we are looking at supporting sustainable agriculture, commodity production, natural capital accounting, green growth, sustainable blue economy, sustainable land seascapes management. Next slide, please. So in chemicals and pollution, these are, of course, in line with the UNESCO resolutions related to plastic pollution, marine litter, air pollution, waste management, sand and dust storm. And here there's been a lot of work in terms of supporting countries who've ratified the Minamata Convention on Mercury. There's been a lot of support on market-based solutions and science for policy to manage marine litter and river plastic pollutions. We've included 1,000 hotspots geotagged along both the Ganges and the Mekong River Basin, along with national marine litter plans, city-level plastic assessments, pilot demonstration. We've worked with the Mekong River Commission on a pollution monitoring tool. And here, marine litter monitoring in Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. Through the acid deposition monitoring network in East Asia and the expansion now to include air pollution, we've done work looking at monitoring both acid deposition and air pollution. And we've also been supporting through the ESCAP-led Asia-Pacific Regional Action Program on air pollution. Support was provided on policies and strategies to accelerate electric mobility in Sri Lanka, Maldives, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia. And there's been strengthening capacity building towards a pollution-free planet, a focus on mercury management, marine litter monitoring, air quality monitoring, and clean air solutions. In addition to these various assessments, we're also underway in terms of COVID impact assessments, air pollution assessments, marine river plastic pollution assessments. Next slide, please. So with science policy, there's been a focus in building capacity on shared environmental information systems and access to data for public participation and to report on sustainable development goals, multilateral environmental agreements, state and trend of environment, climate information, knowledge services for resilience, early warning, and to support global priority programs. We've provided support to 24 countries on knowledge and data sharing on SDG Progress Report, and this has also been reported at the 2022 High-Level Political Forum on SDGs and at the recent UN SDG Summit. We're implementing currently a $47 million Green Climate Fund project on enhancing climate information, knowledge services for resilience in 5 Pacific Island countries, in the Cook Islands, in Niue, Palau, Republic of Marshall Islands, and Tuvalu, and this is progressing well. We're also working with the Maldives to develop a climate information early warning systems currently under consideration by the GCF, and this is about 26 million. There's been a substantive support, and I would like to thank member states to global programming priorities and science policy interface. We've had 64 leading scientists from our member countries serving as authors for the Global Environment Outlook 7. We held the first Global Authors meeting in March 2023 in Bangkok with the support of the Royal Thai government. We held a workshop on Solution Pathway Outlook Scenarios in September 2023 in Shanghai with the support of partners in China. And we've had substantive support and contribution to developing our Emission Gap Report 2023, Adaptation Gap Report 2023, and our UNEP Strategic Foresight Process. We've also appreciate the work done by the 14 Pacific Small Island Developing States for the successful completion on working on building national capacity and regional capacity to implement MEAs by strengthening planning, state of environment assessment, and reporting in the Pacific Islands. Next slide, please. On environmental governance, We've been supporting countries to strengthen governance, environmental rule of law, to promote rights-based approach, to promote gender equality, and to leave no one behind. On the resolution 512 on environmental aspects of minerals and metals management and resolutions, 419 on mineral resource governance, we held consultations on mineral resource governance in June 2023 in Bangkok, and this will provide key regional priorities and perspectives. Resolution 420, this is the 5th program for the Development Periodic Review of Environmental Law, Montevideo 5. Delivering for People and Planet, the resolution, the midterm review for the Program of Delivery, Development and Periodic Review of Environmental Law, Montevideo 4. We held global meetings of national focal points on 9 June 2022, and at these meetings we identified priorities to implement projects and development of implementation for the roadmaps. Regional consultations were also held. And some of what we heard from the regional consultations were the need for legal responses to address pollution crises. Many countries talked about laws and institutions needing to be strengthened, developed, or implemented, related capacity built to prevent, control, manage pollution of air, freshwater, marine, coastal, terrestrial environments that could affect the environment and human health. There was also discussions on legal responses to combat climate crises and the fact that we need to strengthen both laws and institutions. Again, legal responses for the nature crises and to strengthen laws and institutions, and also to support relevant goals and commitments under the biodiversity-related conventions and agreements, including the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And as a cross-cutting, there was the whole enhancing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, access to justice in environmental matters. I think strengthening the rights of environmental defenders has become a priority for this region. Again, looking at Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, Resolution 113, ASEAN is developing an Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, a framework document on environmental rights. On resolution on illegal trade and wildlife processes, we've been working in both Laos and Malaysia, Thailand and Vietnam, developing a review of regulatory frameworks on licensing and management of wildlife facilities for each of the 4 countries, and looking at promoting gender equality. I think what has come out in some of the work related to environmental law is, again, an opportunity to relook at national legislations in many of the countries, to update the national legislations, and also to strengthen capacity. Next slide, please. Through finance and economic transformation, there's been a lot of focus on partnerships for circular economy, looking at poverty environment nexus, 2030 agenda for sustainable development, and a focus on sustainable and resilient infrastructure. We've conducted a lot of training with government officials on sustainable consumption and production, hotspot analysis. There's been a lot of support for entrepreneurial startups in 9 countries. We've also started to do a leadership program in circular economy, a lot of procurement guidelines for 3 countries in sustainable public procurement, and working with 600,000 farmers in 24 countries on climate smart, sustainable rice production, and also working in terms of vehicle imports, vehicle emission standards, and looking at engaging major exporters. Next slide, please. In this slide, I would like to explain a little bit about the intergovernmental and network platforms. In our region, we have very important intergovernmental platforms that work on clean air, clean seas, environment and health, climate resilience. UNEP provides support, for example, to the joint UNEP-WHO Regional Ministerial Forum on Health and Environment. We have 2 regional seas with UNEP administers the coordinating body on seas of East Asia, Northwest Pacific Action Plan, regional seas. We have the Asia Pacific Clean Air Partnership. We have the Asset Deposition Monitoring Network in East Asia that has expanded its scope to include air pollution. And we have the Asia Pacific Climate Change Adaptation Forum. These forums contribute to capacity building, to sharing knowledge, to raising awareness, and to sharing scientific and policy information. They also voice regional priorities to global conventions and provide scientific information and data to support policy formulation. We've seen an increase in government engagement in regional intergovernmental platforms and networks. Next slide, please. On the way forward, we've looked at strengthening commitments for national and regional actions. And here, I'm very happy to see many of our regional intergovernmental organizations. And here we're looking at increasing both national actions and increasing regional engagement with intergovernmental organizations like the ASEAN, ISIMOD, SACEP, SPREP, and others. Here again, on the way forward in terms of implementing resolutions in our region, it's partnerships with the different UN agencies. More and more, the UN resident coordinator leads at the country level, and through the UN country team, UNEP contributes to working with the fellow sister UN agencies, research institutions, local governments, and multi-stakeholders. In discussing with member states, I mean, there really is a concern of lack of capacity building and lack of data and lack of science. And here we're really focusing UNEP at strengthening research institutions and national institutions and working with them to ensure sustainability. We are also hearing more and more about the need for additional resources for the environment sector, for technology. And we know that this will need both innovative financing and partners to work within the UNEP program of work. And in terms of further alignment, we look to strengthening delivery of UNEP's program of work, adding value to the resolutions that you will discuss at the 6th UN Environment Assembly, the Sustainable Development Goals implementations, and the commitment to global conventions and multilateral environmental agreements. UNEP stands ready to support implementation of resolutions in our region, and we look forward to hearing your kind views. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richen Sering, for your report. We are in the item number 2, review of the implementation of the resolutions of the United Nations Environment Assembly in Asia and the Pacific. So next, we have to move to country statements, but before that, I will have honor inviting His Excellency Hiroshi Ono to give a summary presentation from the Bureau in preparation for the 3rd session of the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee, INC3, to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution held on 2nd October 2023 in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary, Minister of the Environment, Sri Lanka. And let me first congratulate you, Chair, and 2 Vice Chairs on the election as the Chair and Vice Chairs of the Senior Officials meeting. It is my honor to inform you of the outcome of the regional consultation for the Asia Pacific states in preparation for the 3rd session of the Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, or INC3 in short, which was successfully held on 2nd of October here at this hotel. Let me extend my sincere thank you to our host, the government of Sri Lanka, for the warm reception and strong representation, and the INC Secretariat for the support, and the United Nations Environmental Programme for its efforts in supporting member states. The consultation was convened by myself and Dr. Mohamed Khashashne of Jordan as the INC Bureau members from this region. The consultation was to prepare the region for the INC3 to be held from 13th to 19th of November in Nairobi, which will be preceded by a one-day preparatory meeting on the 11th of November, as well as regional meetings on the 12th of November. Inc. 3 represents a halfway point for negotiations of the treaty, as UNEA Resolution 5/14 states, quote, with the aim of completing its work by the end of 2024. The Asia-Pacific Group was the first of the UNEP regions to organize a regional consultation for Inc. 3. The regional consultation was held in a hybrid format, allowing active engagement from member states. I'm happy to report that a total of 122 delegates from 28 countries joined, with 47 delegates from 20 countries joining in person. We are grateful to the chair of the INC, Ambassador Mesa Cuadro of Peru, for joining us online and introducing his plan for running the third session. Views on the zero draft text of the legally binding instrument prepared by the chair with support from the INC Secretariat were shared. Member states appreciated their hard work to prepare the text and exchanged views in a frank and constructive manner, which revealed many similarities and commonalities despite the diversity of the group. A number of members shared their views on the preparatory meeting scheduled on 11th of November, emphasizing the importance of making progress on elements not discussed at Inc. 2, such as principles, scope, and definitions. Members all recognize the importance of intersessional work in moving forward. Overall, the consultation provided the space for constructive discussions in the region. We look forward to ongoing collaboration in the region at Inc. 3 in November, in Nairobi and onwards. In addition, I'm pleased to inform you that members agreed to commence work on a high-level statement of the Asia-Pacific Group for delivery at UNEA 6 that put forward the region's views on plastic pollution and the negotiations under INC. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now we move on to country statements. I shall request country statement within 3 minutes due to time constraint. I shall also request for soft copy of the statements to be shared with the Secretariat. Chair also requests delegations who are unable to read their statements to submit their statements to the Secretariat, and key messages will be reflected in the meeting report. Under the agenda item number 2, senior government officials may wish to review the progress made in the implementation of the resolution of the United Nations Environment Assembly in Asia and Pacific and provide guidance on priorities to be addressed in the region. I understand that based on your communications, the Secretariat has prepared the list of interested speakers for the agenda item number 2. So therefore, I shall call on distinguished speakers from the list. So I go by the order given by the Secretariat. So the order is China, Cook Island, India, Indonesia, Japan, Republic of Korea, Samoa, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Vanuatu. So the China is online. I invite China to deliver the statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me now?
We cannot hear.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to attend today's meeting. Thanks the Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka and the UNEP for organizing this meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to share China's comments for implementation of union solutions. China actively participated in the consultation process of the union and to promote the adoption of 14 resolutions and other related outcomes by the conference. After Union 5, China continued to push relevant process of relevant resolutions, actively participate in meetings organized by UNEP at all levels. Firstly, China has always attached great importance to—
We apologize for the technical issue. The China will come back and we move to the next country, Cook's Island. Over to you, please, in person.
Chair, the Cook Islands is honored to participate in this prestigious forum, and we extend our appreciation and gratitude to the government and people of Sri Lanka and this incredible city of Colombo for hosting of this significant ministers' forum. Today we come together to dialogue on progress we are making to accelerate the efforts to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. And as large oceanic countries and territories, we are custodians of nearly 20% of the Earth's surface, and we place great cultural and spiritual value on our ocean and land as our common heritage. The Blue Pacific has been grappling with the catastrophic human-induced issues for far too long, and we consider the issues this week. The first step should always take a long, hard look at the state of well-being of our most vulnerable. I wanted to just take this opportunity to thank UNEP sincerely for the outstanding support the year provided for the Cook Islands, which has included capacity building of legal stakeholders, strengthened capacity on the Minamata Convention on Mercury, our national environment data portals, climate information and knowledge and services. And we look forward to continuing our relationship and into the future, especially with the new legally binding global treaty to end plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for confining to just over 1 minute. So next, India, over to you, please.
Good morning, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invitees and officials, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of India, I would like to thank the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the United Nations Environment Programme for jointly organizing the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of the Asia-Pacific Forum. Since its first meeting, which took place in May 2015 in Thailand, this forum has been playing a very constructive and vital role in strengthening and focusing the priorities, issues, challenges, opportunities, and needs of the Asia-Pacific region at the United Nations Environment Programme and the UN Environment Assembly, despite the huge diversity, including in terms of economic growth and development among the countries of the Asia-Pacific region. As for India, we have been actively and constructively taking part in the meetings of the AP Forum and the UN Environment Assembly. During UNEA 4, India piloted 2 resolutions on nitrogen, which is resolution number 4/14 and the plastics resolution, which is 4/9 respectively, which were adopted by the UNEA with consensus. The UNEA 5.2 adopted 2 resolutions, which were also pioneered by India. One was on the sustainable nitrogen management, the resolution number 5/2, and the second one, end plastic pollution towards an internationally legal binding instrument, which was resolution number 5/14. At UNEA 5.2, India also moved a draft resolution on single-use plastics. On both occasions, India was actively involved and took the lead. India is proactively combating plastic waste pollution and has recently notified the guidelines on extended producer responsibility, or the EPR, on plastic packaging. The guidelines on EPR, coupled with prohibition of identified single-use plastic items which have a low utility and high littering potential with effect from 1st July 2022, are important steps for reducing pollution caused due to littered plastic waste in the country. Existing rules on waste management have been reviewed and new rules have been framed on various categories, including hazardous, solid waste, plastic, construction and demolition waste, as well as biomedical waste in 2016, on fly ash in 2021, and on plastic packaging, e-waste and battery rules in 2022, to incorporate the principles of EPR and circular economy based on the concept of reuse, recycle, refurbish and recovery. We also have a national dashboard on elimination of single-use plastic and plastic waste management, which was launched on 5th April 2022 to bring all stakeholders on one place and track the progress made for the elimination of single-use plastic and effective management of plastic waste. India has also ratified the Minamata Convention on Mercury in June 2018. India ratified 7 new chemicals, which are POPs, under Stockholm Convention for elimination of production and use in October 2020. While tackling plastic pollution, it is important our actions are guided by the principles of national circumstances and capability to allow developing countries to follow their own development trajectories. India also stands for not mandating the intergovernmental negotiating committees for the development of targets, definitions, formats, and methodologies. The provision for immediate collective voluntary action by the country needs to be emphasized. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that any activity under United Nations Environment Programme will be guided by the founding principles of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, as well as the founding pillars of the Rio Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. All delegates, I would urge you to confine to 3 minutes as much as possible. There are 2 timers on the screen. If you pay attention to timers, I think things would be better. So China is back. I think our problem is sorted out. So over to you, China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. It's my pleasure to attend today's meeting. Thanks Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka and UNEP for organizing this meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to share China's comments for implementation of Union solution. China actively participated in the consultation process of the Union and promotes the adoption of 14 resolutions and other relevant outcomes by the conference. After Union 5, China continued to push relevant process of relevant resolutions, actively participated in meetings organized by UNEP at all levels. Firstly, China has always attached great importance to ecology and environmental protection with the goal of harmonious coexistence between humans and nature, adhering of the path of green, low carbon, circular, and sustainable development, and actively promoting relevant resolution from our side. In response to the resolution of plastic pollution, China attached great importance to prevention and control of plastic pollution. It has made regulations for prevention and control of pollution of packaging materials and disposal plastic products, prohibiting the production, sales, and use of some plastic products in stage and scope, and comprehensively strengthen the recycling harmless disposal of plastic waste. China actively participated in the INC on plastic pollution process, constructively participated in the discussion on different topics at the fourth and second INC process. and actively submit written opinions on key conference documents such as instrument text. In response to resolution of the chemical science policy platform, we have always attached great importance to environment management of chemicals and waste. Since 2003, we have implemented a new chemical substance environmental management registration system prevent chemicals environmental risk from the source, continue to promote the assessment of raising chemical substance environmental risk, formulate and issue two patch of priority controlled chemical declaratories and strictly comply with relevant multilateral environment conventions. Since 2017, China has implemented a ban on the entry of foreign waste and promote the reform of solid waste import management system. We have also organized the construction of zero waste cities, strengthened and the supervision and utilization of hazard waste, and actively share our experience and developing countries. In response to the resolution on sustainable nitrogen management, China continue to promote nitrogen pollution management, promote fertilizer reduction and efficiency improvement, continually improve the level of resolution utilization of livestock, strengthen the focal control of nitrogen pollutant emissions. In response to resolution on mineral and metals, China continue to improve its ability to control mineral and metal pollution, continually improve the standardization and scientific level of pollution prevention and control in tailing ponds, improve the regulation and standard system for pollution prevention and control in tailing ponds. In response to the resolution on NBS, China continue to promote scientific research and best practice in the field of NBS and has launched important documents such as compilation of cases of NBS initiative of the UN Climate Action Summit. We agree with the consultation purpose emphasized by the chairman of the resolution, focusing on bridging difference, building consensus, and supporting countries in designing, implementing, and evaluating NBS. Regarding the GO7 resolution, China has actively participated in the GO process, recommend many experts from different fields to UNEP, actively participated in promoting the process of report, research, consultation, writing, and review, and assist UNEP in organizing GO author expert seminar. Secondly, China actively participated in regional and global conference and activity related to different resolutions organized by UNEP, play an important role in promoting process of resolution. During the meeting, China actively participated in discussion, coordinated the opinion relevant parties, share China's experience and practice, provide constructive suggestion for relevant process of some resolution. For example, China emphasizes the plastic pollution instrument needs to be based on a broad consensus on common but differentiated responsibilities and emphasize the effective implementation of international obligation by developing country depends on more financial and technical assistance and capacity building. We suggest our plastic pollution instrument should be a comprehensive, balanced, strong, legally binding, and self-commit agreement. Thirdly, China provided human resources and other support to promote the process of some resolutions. In participating in the relevant resolution process, China actively participated in the election of regional and global bureau member of chairpersons, including INC of plastic pollution and the Science Policy Committee on Chemical and Waste, to provide support and guidance for promoting the process of the resolution. China actively promotes personal support to UNEP, including through JPO and other ways to make positive contribution to the follow-up work of the resolution. China also recommends experts to actively participate in the follow-up process of GO and other resolutions, actively promoting the writing review of GO reports, assisting UNEP to organize relevant meetings. China will continue to support UNEP and actively promote relevant resolution process before Union 6. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Once again, my humble request to all the delegates to be vigilant on time. Otherwise, I mean, this is for the benefit of all of us. Otherwise, it will be, difficult for us to, take all these proceedings. Next, I invite Indonesia. Japan. What you please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Sri Lanka and the UNEP Secretariat for co-hosting this conference. Japan reports on progress on implementation of the Resolution 514 plastic pollution as one of the sponsored countries. With regard to the ongoing INC process, Japan welcomes its progress, including the recent release of the Zero Draft. We also expect significant progress at the upcoming INC 3 next month. In order to complete its work by the end of 2024, our time is quite limited. Therefore, it is necessary to prioritize our discussions and identify the elements that need to be included in the treaty. Japan will engage constructively toward a fair, effective, and ambitious legally binding outcome. In this occasion, I would like to report on progress on other three resolutions. The first one is Sustainable Lake Management, Resolution 54. Japan has been collaborating with the International Lake Environment Committee Foundation, or ILEC, housed at Lake Biwa, biggest lake in Japan. We have been working for capacity building of developing countries, including training on lake management using Lake Biwa as a field. I would like to touch upon a good example of local lake management initiative in Lake Biwa. Local government cooperates with private sectors, residents, and other related parties and develop goals, so-called Mother Lake Goals, or MLGs. Similar to SDGs, MLGs have 12 goals, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, as well as economic and social aspects. Japan continues to proactively cooperate with other countries, sharing its experiences and knowledge to improve lake management. The second resolution I'd like to report on is Resolution 55, Nature-Based Solutions. Japan commends that the adoption of the definition on nature-based solutions at UNEP 5.2 was a very fruitful outcome. It paved the way for expanding NBS both internationally and domestically. After the adoption at UNEP 5.2, nature-based solutions were used in the decision at UNFCCC COP27, as well as the Kumimoto or Global Biodiversity Framework at CBD COP15. In Japan, nature-based solutions are emphasized in our National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, NBSAP. Japan has updated it last March and located NBS as one of the main vehicles for addressing the interlinked global crisis of climate change and biodiversity loss. NBS is also stressed in our Climate Change Adaptation Plan, revised in May 2023. Japan has been working on the comprehensive and systematic promotion of measures related to climate change adaptation and pointed out the importance of NBS in this process. In addition, we have been working on collecting good practices of NBS. Japan will share our experience in various opportunities, including the NBS consultation organized by UNEP this month. The third one is Sustainable Nitrogen Management, Resolution 414 and 52. In the case of Japan, some areas are excess of reactive nitrogen and needs to be reduced, while some other water areas have shortage of nutrients because of the current strict regulation nitrogen that has affected marine fishery resources. So it is necessary to consider not only reduction but also management of nitrogen in accordance with regional characteristics. Japan intends to formulate the National Action Plan, and the MOEJ is currently coordinating with the Finance Ministry for securing its budget. As such, Japan commits to actively working on implementation of UN resolutions. We'd like to continue cooperation with other countries, especially with Asia-Pacific countries, in order to tackle triple planetary crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Republic of Korea. Over to you, Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first thank you, Sri Lanka and UNEP Regional Office for organizing this forum. Korea hosted the previous session of this Asia Pacific Forum as a hybrid meeting during COVID-19 pandemic. So only a few member states were able to attend in person due to travel and quarantine restrictions at that time. Sri Lanka was one of them, Taking this opportunity, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Sri Lanka for your kind support and contribution to the fourth forum. Also, congratulations on hosting the fifth forum. The outcome of the fourth forum made a substantial regional input to UNEA 5.2. The historic resolution on plastic pollution was one of the key accomplishments. Today, I'd like to share several of Korea's recent work for delivering on the UNEA outcomes for the Asia-Pacific community, focusing particularly on pollution action. Korea has long been dedicated to fight air pollution, partnering with Asia-Pacific neighbors and UN agencies. Korea is an active member of regional partnerships to fight transboundary air pollution, including NEACAP, the ENET, and ACAP. Korea initially proposed an UN International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. On 7th of September this year as well, Korea sponsored UNEP's commemoration event to raise awareness of air pollution at the regional and global level. Earlier this year in June, we co-hosted the Climate and Clean Air Conference with UNEP Regional Office. Korea gained very intensive policy experience while dealing with the serious air pollution in metropolitan areas. Through such occasions, we intend to share the experience and discuss progressive solutions with regional partners. In the meantime, for almost 20 years, Korea has been cooperating with Japan and China to address yellow dust under the framework of a tripartite environment ministers meeting. In recent years, Mongolia joined this science and research-oriented partnership. We will continue working together to create a region-wide yellow dust monitoring and prevention network. I thank you.
Thank you. Next, Samoa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, telephone warm greetings from Samoa. And we echo our sincere gratitude and appreciation already expressed to the UNEP and Secretariat for hosting this important forum, and more so the government and people of Sri Lanka for the warm hospitality and for co-hosting this event. With specific reference to the implementation progress of Resolution 2/4, roles, functions, modalities for UNEP implementation of Samoa Pathway as a means of facilitating the achievement of the SDGs. Samoa appreciates the support of UNEP in partnership with SPREP enabling the 14 PICs, Pacific Island countries, including Samoa, to develop and enhance our national environmental information portals to address critical information gaps and to support the key national policy and decision-making. It also supported the development of our national environment monitoring and assessment reports. National assessment reports, such as our State of Environment to inform our national strategic development planning and response frameworks to address the key issues and recommendations that are coming out of our SOE assessments, which also enhances the country's capacity to facilitate the achievement of our relevant SDGs and reporting obligations to MEAs. In this light, Samoa reaffirms the need for the continuation phase of this support to ensure the sustainability of technical capacity and streamlining of the benefits from these initiatives going forward. Samoa also reaffirms the support for collective, urgent, bold actions towards progress of Resolution 5/14 to end plastic pollution, to advance the draft zero of the instrument to ensure it is feasible, affordable, and approachable to support the needs of our small island states. Samoa drafted its National Circular Economy Policy 2023, yet to be finalized, with support from our partners in its efforts to manage and minimize waste. We seek support for taking this initiative further, to implement relevant activities and to enhance the collaboration with our private sector partners and engage with our communities. Samoa looks forward to the continuing partnership with UNEP and all regional and international partners to address this triple planetary crisis issues in a more inclusive, effective, and sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sri Lanka, please.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, as the host country, first of all, I would like to extend my warm greetings to all the distinguished delegates. The government of Sri Lanka recognizes the critical importance of taking concrete action to combat the triple global crisis. Sri Lanka being able to sponsor pioneer resolutions in collaboration with other state parties encompassing 2 global crises out of 3, biodiversity loss and waste generation. Sri Lanka sponsored Junior Resolution 5/2 Sustainable Nitrogen Management on 2nd March 2022 in order to initiate policy dialogue on nitrogen waste management and to provide insight to develop a national action plan for sustainable nitrogen management. The Ministry of Environment Sri Lanka, in collaboration with University of Peradeniya, organized first National Symposium on Sustainable Nitrogen Management in June 2023 and prepared the National Nitrogen Policy Report of Sri Lanka. That policy report highlights the issues and challenges around nitrogen pollution and management. With recommendation for actions, the Ministry already established Interagency Committee on Sustainable Nitrogen Management, Expert Committee, and also the sectoral 4 subcommittees, namely Agriculture, Transport and Industry, Water and Health, Biodiversity and Forestry. Unia 4 Resolution 12, Sustainable Management for the Global Health of Mangroves, adopted on 15th March 2019, is being implemented by Sri Lanka. In relation to the management of mangroves, national policy on conservation and the sustainable utilization of mangroves ecosystem has been in operation since 2020 to strengthen the implementation. The National Strategic Action Plan 2022 to 2026 has been prepared for the conservation and the sustainable utilization of the mangroves ecosystem in Sri Lanka. National guidelines for the restoration of the mangroves ecosystem have been implemented, ensuring widely stakeholder participation and promoting community involvement and empowerment and life with the mangroves. Sri Lanka sponsored Resolution 76/L56, declaring March 1st as the World Seagrass Day. Sri Lanka commemorated the first World Seagrass Day on March 1st, 2023. We broadened the scope of the mangroves task force to include seagrass and the salt marshes, forming dedicated National Blue Carbon Task Force as an outcome. Sri Lanka is committed to conducting a comprehensive review and the mapping of the seagrass. Thus, drone literacy is promoted to identify the areas, widening the involvement of research community and raising the awareness of the different target groups. Sri Lanka is working to designate protected areas in location of the critical seagrass importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Thailand. Thailand will come online. May I urge Thailand to confine to allotted time, please. Your Excellency, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the Royal Thai Government, I would like to thank Ministry of Environment and Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka for the excellent organization of this forum. And also thank to UNEP for preparing the review report in response to the progress made in the implementation of the Union resolution. Transboundary haze pollution is an important issue, and Thailand has continuously implemented air control and PM2.5 reduction measures by improving implementation within the country and strengthening international cooperation. Last year, at the 7th session of the Committee on Environment and Development, has adopted regional action program on air pollution as a platform for improved air quality management. I believe that this program will promote regional and sub-regional collaboration on controlling haze pollution for the assurance of the health and well-being of the people. Plastic pollution is another one of the most challenging issues and has been set up as a national agenda. Thailand has conducted the national collective actions and implementation against plastic pollution towards fulfilling Thailand's goal and international obligations since prior to the INC process commencement. Recently, Thailand is moving toward becoming a perfect bio-circular green economy by formulating a law to rapidly promote the circular economy in the management of packaging waste. This would be beneficial not only to mitigating plastic pollution, but also to other environmental problems. Thailand has put our utmost effort in combating plastic pollution at all levels. We therefore fully support the INC process and will actively engage in the upcoming process. Finally, Thailand would like to encourage UNEP and other partners to support collaborative efforts in the region, especially in promoting and integrating sub-regional collaboration actions to strengthen our regional contribution to addressing global environmental crisis. We are looking forward to working with all stakeholders to put resolutions of the UN Environment Assembly into action for sustainability and prosperity in the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I have my pleasure to invite Vanuatu. Vanuatu, please. So then we'll go to next, Fiji.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Dashan and your team, Subrata. It's good to see you here in Colombo. Colleagues, I have a statement, but in the interest of time, we will just confine to a couple of comments based on the recommendations based on the presentation that the Secretariat has made. At the outset, let me just say how privileged we are to be here, and we thank you sincerely for the government of Sri Lanka for the beautiful hosting since the arrival of our delegation into this beautiful country. We noted in particular the important role that UNEP is undertaking in terms of the management of environmental goals and issues that we do face. From the Pacific and small island developing states, as you know, where we've been accorded our vulnerability status, we are the most vulnerable because we are in the front line of climate change and an environment. And this is an issue, this is a fact that is well documented, and we will continue to advocate that all the issues that we discuss here in this forum today are pretty heavily relevant for us. We also would like to thank SPREP, our regional environment program in the Pacific that continues to support the work that we do in terms of our environment. Going into the presentation this morning by Deshan, let me say that we fully support the 40 resolutions, and in the interest of time again, we cannot go into each individual progress, but we would like to say that our overarching support in terms of its implementation, full and effective implementations of these 40 resolutions. We noted in particular that there are a number of countries that are sponsoring these resolutions, and what would be the guidance of the Secretariat in terms of how we can also co-sponsor these resolutions, noting the importance of these resolutions to our sustainable development. The second point that we would like to make, Chair, is the point of where the rubber hits the road. This is where Deshan mentioned in particular the issue of capacity building, data, the reliable data for small island developing states. We really need the support of UNEP to create pathways that will enable us, to strengthen our capacities. We are notable of our weak domestic absorption capacities that reflects the whole implementations of our climate and environmental projects. But we are thankful to UNEP for your continuing role in collaboration with SPREP. So, as we all know, we are racing against time. The gap is getting wider, and we really have to come out with meaningful resolutions, some meaningful way forward pathway for us that we can take back forward to support these 40 resolutions that are before us. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Your voice was very loud and clear. So next, I call upon the last statement that is from Iran. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me thank Government of Sri Lanka for organizing and for hosting this meeting, and I extend my thanks also to the UNEP Secretariat for its great contribution in preparation of this meeting and the review of implementation in Asia and Pacific of the resolution adopted by the UNEP in this respect. Regarding Resolution 2/21 on combating sand and dust storm, I would be pleased to update the distinguished representatives of Asia Pacific on the most recent developments in this respect. In line with the UN General Assembly Resolution 77/171, the Islamic Republic of Iran hosted the second International Conference of Combating Sand and Dust Storms on 9 and 10 September in Tehran. This event was supported and jointly organized by Iran and the UN system, including around 20 UN agencies and other regional bodies and organizations. Many ministers and high-level delegations from various countries across the world, as well as the head, senior officials and experts of UN system and international and regional organizations actively participated in this conference. The conference provided an opportunity to address the key challenges posed by sand and dust storms as a major threat and concern to many parts of the world, to share knowledge and best practices to combat this phenomenon, to identify practical solutions and concrete actions to increase resilience, also to promote regional and international cooperation and partnerships to combat sand and dust storms as a major concern. Tehran Declaration was one of the achievements of the conference which was finally adopted. Therefore, it's suggested that the final report of this meeting, as well as the UNEP report, include an update and a fresh reference to the said important conference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. We close this session and then we move to item number 3, the regional input to the 6th United Nations Environment Assembly outcome. And then there's a small announcement. Small announcement.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Since we don't have coffee break, so the tea coffees are available in the next door. You can have and come back again with that. So whenever you feel, it is available whole day. So whenever you feel, please go out and have it and come back. So because of the interest of this, we will keep continuing these proceedings. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Agenda item 3A, 6th United Nations Environment Assembly theme, effective, inclusive and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. So I shall invite the Secretariat, Ms. Malin Nilsson, Deputy Regional Director, UNEP, to present the theme of the 6th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, effective, inclusive and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution as contained in UNEP/APENB Forum 5/2. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you can hear me all right. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates and participants. This presentation is to provide regional context on key areas for multilateral action for the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. I wish I could give you all the content that is contained in the background paper, but due to time constraints, I will give you an overview of the key takeaways in the paper. And one of the main messages that is contained in this document is that there is an urgent need to address the 3 planetary crises: the crisis of climate change, the crisis of biodiversity and nature loss, and the crisis of pollution and chemical waste. Furthermore, many countries in the Asia and Pacific region are not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, emphasizing the necessity for accelerated actions. The good news is we can address this. There are many opportunities for scaling up multilateral actions to address the triple planet crisis, support the implementations of UNEA resolutions, and accelerate progress towards the SDG, building on commitments made at Stockholm +50, UNEP at 50, and UNEA 5, as well as under various multilateral environmental agreements. Now, let us look at some of the key opportunities across climate, biodiversity, and pollution. So starting with multilateral actions to tackle climate crisis, and there are 5 areas here that I'd like to speak to. And the first one is raising ambition and just energy transition. Countries in the Asia and Pacific region are making political commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and move towards carbon neutrality and net zero targets. But the majority of these pledges lack the necessary ambition and updates to effectively scale scale down greenhouse gas emissions. And despite abundant renewable energy resources in Asia, the transition to decarbonized economy is not happening at the pace required to meet the 2030 targets. Just energy transition partnerships can help facilitate low carbon energy transition with equity considerations. So in sum, NDCs need to be scaled up and there needs to be higher ambitions, which links to my second point, which combining political commitments with higher ambitions in NDCs is essential to combat climate change in the Asia-Pacific region. And this needs to be combined, and to ensure its successful implementation of the NDCs, there needs to be monitoring, transparency, and accountability. Number 3, adaptation, planning, and actions. National adaptation plans aim to reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts and integrate adaptation into relevant new and existing policies, programs, and activities. Countries are encouraged to expedite the preparations and submission of the national adaptation plans and to implement them where they already exist. Moving on to loss and damage. Addressing loss and damage from climate change impacts is critical for vulnerable Asian countries facing extreme events like sea level rise, extreme weather, and changing precipitation patterns. Parties to the Climate Change Convention need to finalize institutional arrangements, funding arrangements for loss and damage fund, sources for funding and coordination and complementarity. And then on climate finance, the 5th point, despite a growth in the global climate finance flows, there remains a substantial gap, especially in international adaptation finance for developing countries, which fall 5 to 10 times below the estimated needs, and the gap continues to widen. There's also a need to address the challenges related to inadequate data, different requirements from agencies, and capacity constraints. Let us now turn to biodiversity and nature loss. The Asia-Pacific region is one of the richest biodiversity regions, yet it's not meeting its commitments to protecting its ecosystems and nature. And so I'd like to highlight 4 areas of potential action to address this. First is accelerating the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. In order for us to address the nature crisis, the successful implementation of the biodiversity-related multilateral agreements is key. And the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, adopted last year at the CBD COP15, provides a guiding framework for the implementation of multiple biodiversity-related MEAs in a coordinated manner. With the adoption of the new Global Biodiversity Framework, the accelerated efforts towards implementing the framework, including the revisions and implementation of national biodiversity strategies and action plans in line with framework, is essential. Various initiatives and mechanisms have been established to support the parties' efforts towards the effective implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework, including the following: GEF Global Biodiversity Framework Early Action Support Program, number 2, NB-SAP Accelerated Partnership, number 3, Kunming Biodiversity Fund, and 4, GEF Global Biodiversity Fund. Moving on to point 2, strengthening environmental dimension of food systems. Sustainable food systems are at the heart of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the global commitment to eradicate poverty and hunger while ensuring healthy, prosperous, and fulfilling lives. At recent regional meetings supporting member states and stakeholders at achieving SDG 12, the need for further focus on scaling up conservation agriculture, agrobiodiversity conservation, and ecosystem restoration was identified as an area to scale up efforts. Another area identified was the need to strengthen legal framework for supporting scaling up nature-based solutions and the need for nature-based solutions to be gender sensitive and reflect perspectives and rights of indigenous communities. Moving on to the third point, which is strengthening environmental dimension of One Health approaches. The environment, human health, and animal health are deeply interconnected. Changes in one area can have significant impacts on the others. For example, deforestation can lead to habitat loss, increasing the likelihood of zoonotic diseases. Thus, there is an urgent need to enhance environmental sector stakeholders' understanding and to step up engagement in One Health-related initiatives. And the fourth point, strengthening regional governance and transitioning to sustainable blue economy. Safeguarding the health of our ocean is essential to securing their ability to provide rich natural capital that is essential for a successful transition to a sustainable blue economy and realize the right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment. To address these challenges in a coherent manner, there is a need to strengthen regional ocean governance through an enhanced role of regional mechanisms, such as UNEP's Regional Seas Program. Finally, let us turn to pollution and the waste crisis. And here I have three priority areas for actions, and the first one is the plastics crisis. The consequences of the plastics crisis are particularly dire for the Asia-Pacific region, where up to 12 million metric tons of plastic waste leak into oceans and rivers every year. The paper highlights two areas for scaling up actions. One, political will. We would like to commend the existing political will to demonstrate it in some of the countries in the region in addressing plastic pollution. Yet, further action needs to be taken to improve waste management infrastructure and shift consumption patterns into the face of globally increasing demand for plastics, urban growth, and economic development in the region. Member states in the region are also encouraged to take stronger commitments and enforceable regulations at both regional and national levels. And then two, safe and just transition to circular economy of plastics. This is another area to scale up action. This includes establishing trigger systems to accelerate the transition, implement extended producer responsibility programs, encourage sustainable product design and packaging, and foster innovation in recycling technologies. Also advocating for producer and consumer education and sustainable plastic use, and finally, strengthening partnership with industry leaders for sustainable supply chains. The next area is clean air for all of Asia and Pacific. Strengthening multilateral cooperation and collective action is critical to turn the tide on air pollution and realize the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Air pollution is usually considered as a local issue addressed through domestic regulation or occasionally using regional policies in higher income countries. But there is increasing understanding that local air quality can be significantly impacted by human and natural activities outside their jurisdiction. There is an opportunity to scale up intergovernmental efforts to reduce pollution that includes elevating the role of existing mechanisms like the Asset Deposition Monitoring Network. Moving on to chemicals-related work and MEAs, there is a need and opportunities for increased multilateral action to address the impacts of chemicals and ensure a healthy environment for all. That includes support member states in the region with implementation, compliance, and reporting under chemical and waste MEAs, scaling up multilateral actions through accelerating party status to the Minamata Convention on Mercury, and financing mechanisms. In closing, let us underscore that the three planetary crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollutions are interrelated and often transboundary in nature. This highlights the urgent need for collective, global, and regional action to ensure the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Addressing in these interconnected challenges requires shared regional cooperation and learning. Regional cooperation will be critical in mitigating the common social, economic, and environmental threats, as well as advancing sustainable development and building greater resilience in dealing with future shocks in the Asia and the Pacific region. Let me finish by highlighting opportunities to further strengthen effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral action to tackle the triple planetary crisis. It includes supporting regional and sub-regional forums, further strengthening the linkages between global and regional environmental governance mechanisms, further strengthening the coordination of developed partner engagement with these intergovernmental entities, building and strengthening capacities at the regional and national levels on integrated environmental assessment, early warning, and information systems, strengthen the integration of human rights-based approaches in all efforts to tackle the triple planetary crisis to leave no one behind, and finally, facilitating the exchange of good practices and lessons between relevant secretariats of these intergovernmental entities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I shall request for country statements within 3 minutes due to time constraint. Please share soft copy of the statement with the Secretariat. We need this for preparation of the meeting report. So I understand that based on your communications, the Secretariat has prepared the list of interested speakers for the agenda item number 3A. So I will confine to the list already submitted, the countries and agencies. Starting from Australia, I heard Australia is ready online. Yeah, the order is Australia, India, Japan, Republic of Korea, Sri Lanka, Vanuatu, Isimod, Spread, and IGs. Over to you, Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning and good afternoon to you all. I would like to express my appreciation to the Government of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the UNEP Asia Pacific Office for all their hard work in organising this event. I do apologise that the Australian Government cannot attend here in person, but we are pleased that we are able to attend in the hybrid format. Today and tomorrow, we look forward to hearing more about the views of countries in our region on key environmental issues at this meeting and to engaging with you all closely in the lead up to UNEA 6. My hope is that actions from UNEA 6 will serve to do a number of things, including demonstrating our commitment to addressing the triple planetary crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, forming strong and binding actions for the implementation of UNEA resolutions, and complement and strengthen existing efforts in other multilateral fora. Taking a consistent and joined-up approach across multilateral environment agreements is key to ensuring our efforts are focused. It is important that the outputs at UNEA 6 do not duplicate efforts elsewhere and instead address genuine gaps in global efforts. I believe that a vital policy space which cuts across the 3 pillars of action for UNEA 6 is the challenges that are facing our ocean. A healthy ocean is the foundation for a healthy planet. Australia is a member of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, and we have committed to sustainably managing 100% of the ocean area under national jurisdiction. Australia's National Sustainable Ocean Plan is currently well under development, and we are keen to share our experiences globally. Our ocean is experiencing the impacts of climate change, including melting sea ice, sea level rise, marine heat waves, and ocean acidification. The impacts of rising sea temperatures are particularly evident in their impacts on our coral reefs. Australia is working domestically and internationally to combat the impacts of climate change on coral reefs, particularly the Great Barrier Reef, through our Reef 2050 long-term sustainability plan, which will invest over $4.4 billion in the Great Barrier Reef from 2014 to 2030. This plan includes actions to improve water quality, strengthen partnerships and stewardship, reduce fishing-related risks to protected and threatened species, and it will also strengthen management of the reef. It will support a number of projects to help the reef adapt to a changing climate. As a founding member of the International Coral Reef Initiative, Australia, represented by our Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, is also working with member states to preserve our coral reefs and also the coral reefs around the world. Pollution is also a major issue impacting the ocean. To combat this, Australia is working with the UNEP process to develop a treaty to combat plastic pollution. Plastic pollution is a global problem that requires strong global solutions, including a treaty that addresses the whole life cycle of plastics. In recognition of this important treaty-making process, Australia recently contributed $3 million to UNEP to support the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee process. Protecting the biodiversity of our ocean is also critical. The agreement of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty earlier this year was a milestone achievement in the protection of our ocean. In recognition of the importance of a treaty, Australia ratified it in the margins of this year's UN General Assembly. Only by working together can we solve the triple planetary crises. I look forward to collaborating with you all in the lead up to UNAIA 6. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's my honor to invite India.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invitees and officials, friends, ladies and gentlemen. A holistic approach is required while addressing the global environmental challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, guided by the founding pillars of the Rio Convention, especially CBDR-RC, equity, justice, national circumstances and priorities. The present crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution can only be tackled through a different development paradigm that accords due importance to environment and climate. Even though we are not part of the problem, India is a part of the solution and is doing more than its fair share for tackling the triple environmental challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. But there are also other important environmental challenges beyond the triple ones at the global level, at the regional level, at the national level, and even at the local level. Therefore, a localized and country-driven approach with the involvement of local communities may be the most effective while tackling the global environmental challenges. In developing countries like India, the best defense against the contemporary environmental challenges is economic development. Despite the importance of economic growth and development, India has progressively continued decoupling of economic growth from the greenhouse gas emissions. As for India, a broad policy framework on environment and climate change is laid down by the National Environment Policy 2006, which promotes sustainable development along with respect for ecological constraints and the imperatives of social justice. We are mindful that environmental sustainability must underpin our development activities. As such, we are addressing national and global environmental challenges on priority. The COVID pandemic has decelerated global efforts for achieving the SDGs, particularly in several developing countries. However, India remains steadfast in its resolve to ensure high levels of human development to its citizens. India has made strong strides towards ensuring housing for all, clean drinking water in every home, access to energy, clean cooking fuel, and elimination of hunger and poverty towards achieving the SDGs. India has also shown its commitment towards the UN 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development and SDGs, despite having the lowest per capita CO2 emissions among the big economies. We have launched an ambitious green energy transition towards 500 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity by 2030, and we're already moving along a low carbon path of development. But we need to strengthen international cooperation to address the challenges of climate change, nature and biodiversity loss, and pollution, waste, and also contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Looking ahead, we need to make a strong collective effort towards clean energy transition, reducing pollution and waste, promoting resource efficiency, protecting our forests, our wetlands, and other critical ecosystems. The UN Environment Programme should focus its efforts in these areas in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me thank the Secretariat for preparing this useful background document. As outlined in the document, there are many issues that must be strengthened in each forum to address the three crises: climate change in section A in the background document, biodiversity in section B, and pollution in section C. However, I would like to focus my remarks today not on each theme, but on the synergy among them that is needed to achieve them in an integrated manner. The triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution poses a significant challenge to humanity. Overcoming these challenges simultaneously and effectively requires synergetic approaches, which take advantage of the intertwined nature of these challenges and increase the overall impact to interventions. The SDGs Summit just held in September encouraged us to better address synergies between SDGs. The recently launched Global Sustainable Development Report highlights the importance of optimizing synergies among different entry points for transformation to achieve the SDGs. We have also just seen the launch of the first global report on climate and SDGs synergies, titled Synergy Solutions for a World in Crisis, Tackling Climate and SDGs Action Together, which came out in September as well. This report concludes that seeking win-win synergies by tackling the climate and sustainable development crisis together is the only way to correct the course we are on. With this background, I would like to point out that this background document does not mention synergies at all. To achieve the SDGs as a whole, we need to bring in the synergy perspective. I hope you understand the importance of synergies. Then you might have a question that, so what can we do to promote synergies in concrete terms? Well, I answer that we have to accumulate good examples and develop methodologies how to identify synergetic actions. I'm going to speak in more detail about this in a later session, but let me mention here that Japan would like to propose a resolution to promote this synergetic approach at UNES6. We are aiming to work with like-minded countries to expand synergetic actions in cooperation with efforts made at the UN Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies. In addition to the synergies, Japan would like to highlight the importance of circular economy in order to address the triple crisis. In the background document, there is section D on circular economy after climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. As stated in the introduction in the document, overconsumption of materials and natural resources causes 45% of greenhouse gas emissions and 90% of biodiversity loss. Of course, in order to tackle plastic pollution, circular economy is a key. Therefore, promoting a circular economy is absolutely crucial to overcome the triple crisis. However, circular economy is not included in the current draft of the Ministerial Declaration for UNES 6, So Japan strongly insists that as an input from the Asia-Pacific region, circular economy should be included in the ministerial declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I invite Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. The pandemic and armed conflict and entailed economic crisis significantly affected the functioning of a multilateral cooperation system in all areas, including the environment. And weakening of such multilateral systems is exacerbating the crisis or hindering our efforts for recovery. Addressing the triple planetary crisis requires collective action among countries. We should immediately reinvigorate and further advance the function of multilateral systems. In this respect, Korea welcomes and supports the theme of UNEA 6 and this Asia-Pacific Forum. Now about climate adaptation. As Assessment Report 6 and other scientific surveys commonly warned, the pace of global warming is overwhelmingly fast. Today, extreme weather events are striking across the globe, including our region. Building resilience of our economy and society is the most immediate task, along with significantly strengthening our mitigation action. Adaptation strategies need to be developed at local and national level, fully considering different circumstances and priorities. But multilateral exchange and technical assistance can substantially help countries enhance relevant capacity. Last month, Korea hosted the Global Adaptation Week 2023. The program included intergovernmental dialogues, expert forum, and stakeholder events addressing main policy issues in national adaptation planning and sharing best practices. We are planning to share the key deliverables from the discussion at the COP28 with a view to contributing to enhancing global adaptation practices. In our pursuit of achieving 2030 NDC and 2050 carbon neutrality, Korea is accelerating the energy transition by actively employing carbon-free energy sources. At the 78th UN General Assembly last month, Korean President Yoon announced the plan to launch a carbon-free alliance. This initiative is envisioned as an open platform to promote the transition to sustainable, accessible, and affordable carbon-free energy sources by sharing technologies and resources. Through such multilateral actions, Korea aims to contribute to achieving the global climate goal and bridging the energy divide in the region and the world. Now about climate finance. The international community has been gathering political will and developing instruments to strengthen climate action. But latest reports and major statements on climate action identify that the key enabler of climate action is resources. Developing countries' efforts for climate action and sustainability should be backed and enhanced by adequate financing. And this job can be done most effectively by multilateral funding mechanisms. To this end, Korea pledged to contribute to additional $300 million to the Green Climate Fund. We are also set to boldly scale up our official development assistance for environment and climate-related projects, which we call Green ODA. So in the process, we will be actively partnering with multilateral environment funds, development banks, and regional and international organizations to take advantage of their network, resources, and expertise. I thank you.
Thank you. Sri Lanka, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Accents of Sri Lanka to overcome the triple planetary crisis are holistic, long-term, and very widely. We have identified our national priorities and working towards on achieving the committed targets whilst facing numerous limitations. In relation to climate change, the per capita greenhouse gas emission of Sri Lanka is very low. It is only 1 ton. However, Sri Lanka is always among the most climate vulnerable countries. As mitigation measures, Sri Lanka has committed to increase the forest cover up to 32% by 2030 and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 14.5% by 2030. The updated National Climate Change Policy of Sri Lanka is at present in public hearing. Our National Adaptation Plan is under review to update it up to 2030. Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, His Excellency the President of Sri Lanka, is very keen on addressing climate change. The Climate Prosperity Plan of Sri Lanka was launched by HG the President at the COP27. Further, with the guidance of HG the President of Sri Lanka, initial arrangements have been made to establish the International Climate Change University in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's 2050 carbon net zero roadmap is also at present in public hearings. Formulation of National Climate Change Act is in progressive. Sri Lanka is a biodiversity-rich country and among the 36 biodiversity hotspots. Direct threats include habitat destruction, fragmentation, and degradation, overexploitation, pollution, invasive alien species. The overarching driver of ecosystem change in the country is climate change. Waste and pollution issue is still growing. Air pollution is becoming a serious issue in the country, especially due to transboundary movement. National policies, strategies, action plans, and guidelines for waste management, e-waste and plastic waste management, healthcare, chemical such as PCB and mercury waste management, safe closure and rehabilitation of dump sites, phase out, and banning identified single-use plastic items, urban food waste prevention and reduction, established food banks, and rehabilitation centers are being implemented as national priorities. National Environment Action Plan 2022 has identified all priority actions to be implemented in relation to the environment crisis in the country. Least developed, low-income, and middle-income countries are striving for economic development while protecting living standards and conserving environment, but with insufficient funding and technologies, especially in the post-COVID-19 situation. Sri Lanka is yet as the most vulnerable and economically stricken country. We repeatedly stress the need of regional and global collaboration. With population growth, urbanization, industrialization, as well as due to exacerbating environmental impacts, limitations become more complicated. Therefore, prioritization of real needs, setting new mechanisms, and assessing the facilities are utmost important. There is a need to take collective actions and solid commitments of political, public, and private sector. Monitoring and implementation of actions are still regressive in the region, maybe due to inefficient legal enforcement, unaffordability of green technologies, information and data gaps, lack of commitment or artificial commitments. Therefore, further analysis and developing supportive platforms are essential. Increase of assessing the challenges and possible solutions for inefficiencies in achieving the progress would be important. In relation to waste management and pollution control, Sri Lanka suggests to establish a multinational policy tool which focuses on combating plastic pollution. multilateral action can assist in developing infrastructure facilities for managing plastic waste, disposal of hazardous waste, and chemicals in developing countries. Further, establishment of a regional legal advisory body for countries that are affected by foreign waste, including plastic, is vital. Capacity of the developing countries should be enhanced, strengthened to act on benefit sharing by utilizing of genetic resources in relation to the biodiversity. In order to implement the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity, especially for analyzing genetic resources, technologies and laboratory facilities should be strengthened. In conclusion, Sri Lanka is working very hard and doing our best to tackle the triple planetary crisis by implementing many acts, policies, strategies, projects, programs, and action plans related to climate change, biodiversity, and environment pollution in Sri Lanka. However, Sri Lanka recognizes that regional and global supports, partnerships, collaboration are needed to fulfill the national and international commitments with effective, inclusive, and sustainable multinational actions to climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Sri Lanka fully support the proposed theme. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates. Please be mindful of time. We have to somehow try and finish this session by 12. Next, Manawatu, please. Okay, we'll move to next the organizations starting from ISIMO.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking on behalf of ISIMO, the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, a regional intergovernmental institution based in Kathmandu, working for 8 regional member countries in the Himalaya region, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, Myanmar, Nepal, and Pakistan, we congratulate UNEP for its commendable and consistent effort to effectively address the triple planetary crisis that is impending the process of SDGs. We also thank the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka for hosting this event and for the great hospitality afforded. The Indus Himalaya, also known as the third pole, is rich. It provides water, biodiversity, and cultural resources for billions. Yet the SKI is also known the most vulnerable and fragile region in the world. The extent of the impact of the triple planetary crisis hitting this region is hard to overstate. With the potential to affect 1/4 of humanity, nearly 2 billion people living in the region, failure to change course by decarbonizing economies, reversing nature loss, and limiting pollution hold enormous global consequences of which we must understand. Recently, ISIMO report revealed that this region has already witnessed 65% faster melting of snow and glacier than previous decade, leading to an increased frequency of water-induced hazards and disaster. And at current emission trend, it is foreseen that 2/3 of all our glacier will be gone by 2100. Wildlife, rivers, spring, rangeland, and forests across the region are degraded or disappearing. With 80% of habitat with the regions for global biodiversity hotspot already lost and more than half of the wild species in decline. Pollution, the greatest single environmental threat to human health, compounds the crisis with black carbon triggering glacier and snow melt, having widespread and severe impact on human health. It is also important that ISIMO is responding to the crisis as fast as it can. It has formulated a new strategy 2030 entitled Moving Mountain to emphasize the scale of the tasks ahead of us, addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, and clean air, while ensuring the just and equitable transition for mountain livelihood and economies are our urgent focus area. In close collaboration with our regional member country, we have laid out 3 strategic opportunities addressing the risks of climate change and pollution on cryosphere, water, land, and air, transforming mountain livelihood and economies, and restoring critical ecosystem, accelerating regional and global action for sustainable mountain development. EC Board appreciates the effort to formulate the sustainable multilateral action to tackle triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution in Asia and Pacific. To reiterate, this crisis has enormous consequences for the HKS, with resource support economy of an estimated annually $3.5 trillion USD. Resolving an interlocking crisis on this scale and transformed nature require regional and international cooperation. For this occasion, ECMOD has embarked on a journey to develop a high-level regional institutional mechanism. This mechanism aims to foster multilateral cooperation and collaboration among the 8 HKS countries, as no single country can resolve the triple planetary crisis faced by HKS alone, and coordinated efforts are much needed in addition to national response. We have made big strides, but ECMOD requests support for the initiative from regional ministries, UN agency, and other stakeholders. We must continue to promote this vital forum for regional cooperation among HKS parties, building on all the work done to date as we lead up to the next Mountain Ministerial Summit in February 2024. ECMOD will also be working with our regional member country to advocate in the various global fora of the UNFCCC, UNCBD, to advocate for the need to step up rapidly on delivering against the commitment under the Paris Agreement and Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. At the regional level, we will be making the link between the air pollution, health impact, and accelerating glacier melt much more explicit to build public and political support for the transformation of energy, transport, agriculture, industry in our regional member countries, and pushing for much more ambitious action to limiting warming, fund adaptation, and finance solution on the global stage as we move toward the UNFCCC COP28. As we move toward the UNCBD COP next year, we'll be hosting the third lead authors meeting for the IPBS Nexus Assessment, a meeting to advocate the summary for policy maker and work with the HKS country to address the loss of mountain biodiversity. We are also actively advocating the organization to make action to prevent the complete disappearance of all the world snow and ice as a strategic priority, and to back our global campaign, Save Our Snow. Finally, as expressed in the supporting document, there are still huge financial gaps for action on climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. Funds that are available are slow to be released, and many developing and least developed countries have difficulty accessing the fund required for an active response, especially in our SKS region. We are therefore also working on a mountain of opportunity investment framework, which will convene investor party with knowledge partners to create the robust business cases for wider investment in mountain priorities. We invite parties and other stakeholders to join us in this effort. We look forward to continuous support from Asia Pacific regional partners and other global players to protect our mountain, save our snow, and to assist the transforming livelihood and economies of the Hindu-Kush-Himalayan region. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a kind reminder once again. Please limit your allotted time, otherwise we will go overboard. Next, spread, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. All protocols observed, and thank Sri Lanka for the wonderful hospitality since our arrival at the airport. SPREP has enjoyed 30 years of partnership and association with UNEP, since our inception, and we look forward to the next 30 years of working with UNEP and our members on environmental issues. The Pacific Island region, we consider ourselves the Blue Pacific continent. Our jurisdictional area is equivalent to the land area of Canada, China, and the USA combined. We have put in place the 2050 Blue Pacific strategy that was approved by our leaders last year as the way that we will accelerate SDG implementation in our region. It will also be the way that we address the triple planetary crisis. 2 of the 7 thematic areas under the Blue Pacific strategy are climate and disasters and ocean and environment. On climate change, we stick to our call that the Pacific is under a state of environment emergency, and we are asking our partners and members to continue to advocate for 1.5 to stay alive. And in order to do that, we need more ambitious targets and commitments from countries, especially our Asian partners who are our regional partners in Asia Pacific. We thank the support from New Zealand and Australia that has enabled us to again host the Pacific Pavilion, that we will highlight Pacific issues at COP28. We have established the Pacific Climate Change Center to help us to work on climate change issues. Weather Ready Pacific is an initiative in the region that will continue the work that is being done through UNEP and SPREP in partnership with GCF on the 5-country on climate information. The Pacific fully supports Australia in the COP31 bid that they will be they are making to further Pacific initiatives. On global biodiversity framework, we will implement through the Framework for Nature Conservation in the Pacific. We are strengthening linkages with food security and natural resource development, sustainable development of natural resources. On waste, INC, we have a 2-year program funded with the help of Australia that has helped us to prepare for INC. Thank Japan for the continued association with JICA to address waste management in the region. And we are working with UNEP to expand the Moanataka partnership into a global partnership on shipping to arrange waste, to address waste. On oceans, the Pacific continues to provide global leadership that started at UNCLOS, where Fiji was the first signatory. At the recent BBNJ, the Federated States of Micronesia were the first country to sign. This will continue as we address BBNJ and also looking forward to UNOC 3 in 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we will play a video from IGS.
My name is Takeuchi, and I'm president of the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies of IGES, based in Hayama, Japan. I'm very pleased to be able to join you today by a video message. Let me begin by highlighting the urgent need to address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution control. These crises are now putting human well-being and prosperity in jeopardy, and we need to take a synergetic approach in order to tackle them. For example, Japan is working on the Circulating and Ecological Sphere, or CES approach, as well as an initiative to set up decarbonization leading areas to achieve decarbonization in line with relevant SDGs. At the same time, Japan is also working to raise global awareness about the importance of locally appropriate approaches for achieving synergies in many countries around the world. Another practical approach to improve synergies is to put in place a common reporting framework that brings together reporting under the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plan, the Paris Agreement, and the 2030 Agenda. In practical terms, this would involve including synergetic targets across different reporting protocols. To create these synergies, we also need to address negative international spillovers, which we can see in unsustainable trade and consumption patterns that exist between high and low income countries. It is also vitally important to address connections between finance and development. Such connections are gaining attention due to the increasing debt burden faced by many countries. For example, UNCTAD has recently warned that over 3.3 billion people live in countries that spend more on interest payments than on education, health, or the environment. This is clearly an untenable situation, and it should be remedied by applying the principle of leaving no one behind. This because it's difficult to prioritize environment and climate when basic economic needs are unmet. Scaling up development finances and reducing interest rates is crucial to making synergies possible. I would like to conclude by sharing some news about the upcoming International Forum for Sustainable Asia and the Pacific, or ISAP, which I just host every year. ISAP 2023 will be held in December in Japan, and we would like to welcome all of you to Yokohama for the event. I very much hope that we can work together to mainstream synergetic actions in Asia Pacific and beyond. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now I shall invite statement from the major groups and stakeholders forum, followed by Asia Pacific Science Policy Business Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you also for your generosity in giving time, and I hope this continues with the major groups. Excellencies and colleagues, we more than 80 community-based grassroots organizations held our major group stakeholder forum yesterday. And we think that we are in the middle of nowhere at the midpoint of Agenda 2030, and peoples and major groups demand development justice and transformative environmental multilateralism. We strongly feel that amid the meta-crisis of ambition, legitimacy, and sustainability, we are at the cusp of a time where incrementalism is no longer sufficient, and where multilateral actions can either break or make a sustainable and inclusive future for the region as well as the entire humanity. So some of the key messages from our forum for this 5th AP Forum and UNIA 6 is like this. People's and communities' rights and sustainability should be at the core of multilateralism and national actions. Recognition of indigenous and traditional knowledge and people's innovations, and the role of women in providing solutions to sustainable management of energy, food, water, health, and nutrition, and their participation should be promoted. It's good to recognize the efforts of contribution of all major groups and civil society organizations who have worked hand in hand with the governments at all time, including during the pandemic. Ensure and enable peoples and CSOs management meaningful participation in environmental governance at national, regional, and global levels, and address the barriers to effective participation. Ensure and promote transparency and access to information as fundamental prerequisite for people's meaningful participation. Assert and protect public control over natural resources. Strong policies and regulatory standards are required to address corporate-driven interests and techno-fixes that cause and further aggravate environmental problems and undermine people's rights and responses. It is proven that food production agroecology as a practice, a science and social movement is known to improve soils, protect health and environment, improve livelihoods, and increase household income and resilience. Agroecology also harnesses traditional and indigenous knowledge systems supported by people science and build social solidarity. Planetary scale renewable energy will further increase extraction many times, and therefore there is an urgent need for reduction in energy consumption in northern and affluent societies. Mega-scale renewable energy projects restrict energy democracy, localization, and people's participation. Just transition plans must be developed in social dialogue with the workers and trade unions to ensure that fundamental labor rights, social protection, job security, and training opportunities for workers affected by global warming and climate change policies are guaranteed. Nature-based solutions as a concept that is widely misused to justify false solutions such as GMO and geoengineering that aim to manipulate biological and climate systems to technologically address the biodiversity, environment, and climate crisis that we are currently facing. We strongly condemn and oppose these dangerous distractions and call on the UN and member states to support, enable, and promote genuine solutions. Member states and the private sector should also commit no harm and protection to environmental and human rights defender. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we have to give a little time for major group children and youth. It's a request, so I will allow, but please limit to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the floor. I am Shamla Salim from Sri Lanka, representing the voices of Asia Pacific children and youth through the Children and Youth Major Group. Firstly, we stand before you today to address the vital outcomes of the Asia Pacific Youth Environment Forum 2023, a momentous event held on the 1st and 2nd of October at the UN compound in Sri Lanka. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Environment, Government of Sri Lanka, UNEP, UN country teams, and the over 9 UN agencies whose unwavering support made this forum possible. Secondly, the Youth Declaration emanating from this forum embodies the aspirations and requisites of the youth in our region. Foremost among our appeals is a call for member states to put forth a resolution dedicated to meaningful engagement of children and youth in the decision-making process concerning the environment. Thirdly, from the vantage point of the Asia-Pacific region, we wish to highlight several critical issues that warrant the attention of nations at the upcoming UNEA 6. For your attention, 3.1, one of the gravest challenges facing the region is air pollution, and we want this tackled with urgency. 3.2, protecting the environmental health rights defenders. 3.3, democratizing the access rights, including of participation to information and to justice. 3.4, subsequent procedures on environmental aspects of minerals and metals must prioritize addressing the violation of human rights of children and child laborers involved in mining activities. Fourthly, we want to reiterate the draft resolutions for UNEA 6 must ensure complementarity with relevant departments such as operational agreements, frameworks, and work programs within the broader UN. Finally, we strongly encourage member states to consistently utilize the major groups and stakeholders mechanism for involving civil society stakeholders meaningfully in the execution of UNEA's resolutions. It is crucial to uphold and incorporate the Unified Civil Society Engagement Framework, which is the major groups and stakeholders mechanism, into all draft resolutions for UNEA 6. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. Yeah, Asia Pacific Science Policy Business Forum. Okay, then I invite Fiji.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the time. A couple of comments in regards to the presentation that's been done. Thank you, Secretariat. The first one is on the conclusions that's been tabled. Fiji fully subscribes and support the conclusion. However, I think more needs to be done. And one of the issues that is lacking is the synergistics capacities that Kodaro-san from the distinguished delegate of Japan has mentioned. We feel that there needs to be a strong emphasis on the synergies, outlining the linkages between the three goals: the environmental goals, the climate goals, and the sustainable development goals. We feel that it's deeply lacking because at the global level, we are going through a very interesting time, an opportunity for us to synergistically combine all these issues at the global level that will enable small island developing states like Fiji be able to see a clear pathway to implement these issues. So we really would like to support the proposals from the government of Japan, if that can be part of the final report that's going up to UNEA 6. The second issue is on the plastic crisis that we are facing. Again, we fully agree that this is a circular economy issue. We cannot do this independently. It needs to be linked to a circular economy. And from the Pacific, being surrounded by a vast Pacific Ocean, we really have to tackle this issue by providing, again, the synergies that needs to be connected here. The third point that I would like to just to emphasize in this brief intervention is in regards to climate finance. Entirely see the importance of raising climate finance in this report. We note for sure that that resources is important, as the delegate of Korea has mentioned, but for us is domestic absorption capacity. The ability for us to be able to turn around projects, to be able to implement, to address these three goals that I've mentioned earlier. So I hope the report will be able to capture that, Mr. Chairman, and it's really critical for us, for our future sustainable development of small island developing states. Otherwise, it will only remain an ambition and an endeavor in paper only. So finally, if I can make the point very clear here, the Asia-Pacific region is the major polluter of our atmosphere. That is well documented. And if there is no recognition of that in this meeting, I will request from our delegation that it needs to be taken up and to be recognized, that because it's an irony, once we try to resolve our development challenges in the Pacific or in our member states, yet we remain the culprit. It needs to be tackled, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we conclude this session almost on time. Let me thank all of you for the cooperation offered, and let me ask Secretariat to make few announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you move, there are basically three announcements, distinguished delegates. Announcement 1, your lunch will be served in the section C of the Shangri-La Ballroom, just next to this ballroom area. The Secretariat kindly requests the delegates to have a quick lunch and join the next session on time. Announcement 2, delegates are invited to visit the exhibition of innovative eco-friendly products of Sri Lankan origin. Exhibition is in the foyer area next to the ballroom. Announcement 3, I repeat the announcements on side events. There are 2 side events which will be held during the lunch break. Side event 1, UNEP, your partner of choice, will be in the Lotus Room A in the first floor. Side event 2, Pacific Climate Change and Ocean Management Initiatives. It will be in Lotus Room B. Both Lotus Room A and B are in the first floor, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Check one. Check one.
Check one, two. Check one, two. Check. Check one, two.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Lakshika mama henwada? Lakshika mama henwada? Testing 1, 2, 3. Mama henwada? Mata එන්නේ නැහැ ලක්ෂිකා. ලක්ෂිකා මට ඔයාව ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ. ලක්ෂිකා මට ඔයාව ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ.
Can you hear me now, sir?
දැන් මට ඇහෙනවා.
Hari, hari sir, hari. All clear.
ඔයාලා මාව ඇහෙනවද? මාව පේනවද? මාව පේනවද?
Hari sir, hari. Clear. All clear.
බලන්න මගේ ස්ක්‍රීන් එක. හරි, okay, okay.
Okay, okay sir. Huh?
සමාව ඇහෙනවද?
Podium off the nane. Oshadi sir.
Sir, log in.
He's logging again. අපි පටන් ගමු. අපි මේක පටන් ගන්න කරගෙන යමු. ගහලා ඉවර. Oshadi sir, can you hear me?
Lakshika, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay, thank you,
Head
sir.
table mic check කරන්න head table mics.
Okay, checking.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, Asena. Can you check
Okay,
the conference mic system on table?
Okay, checking now.
Please check the conference mic system.
Check one, two. Check.
Clear. Loud.
Okay, all good.
Okay, good. Good.
Oh, the mic works.
You protested, eh? Huh?
So we are going to start now. Please take your seat and we'll be starting right away.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are back from lunch and you are happy. So we are in the agenda item number 3, the regional inputs to 6th United Nations Environment Assembly outcome. We are continuing. Now it's my honor to call on His Excellency Mr. Firas Khoury, Chair of the Committee of the Permanent Representative Bureau, an ambassador and permanent representative of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Nairobi, and Mrs. Radhika Ochalik, Director Governance Affairs Office, Nairobi, and Mr. Stedler Trengove, Principal Legal Officer, UNEP, to provide an overview, including process on submission of resolutions at the annual subcommittee meeting and at UNIA 6 process. I believe this is a very important segment. So I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Khoury, Ms. Radhika, and Mr. Stedler for consenting. So now I would like to invite His Excellency Khoury to present. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy again to be here again. As we mentioned before, that the Bureau of the UN Environment Assembly and the Committee of Permanent Representatives at a joint retreat took place in Morocco in early July, approved the guidelines for submission of draft resolutions and decisions for UNIA 6. Many of you might be quite versed with the guidelines as it builds on the previous guidelines and will establish practice from past unions. The guidelines are also based on the review of the working methods of the Committee of Permanent Representatives, known as the CPR-based review, which is an extremely useful guide for the work of UNIA and the CPR. Without prejudice to the rules of procedure of UNIA and the right of member states to submit proposals, the guidelines are there to facilitate the work of CPR and UNIA. I would like to appeal to you for a concerted effort to respect the proposal deadline of 18th of December for the submission of all drafts. This will ensure that the Committee of the Permanent Representative is well placed to undertake the intersessional preparatory work for UNIA. The upcoming annual subcommittee meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives to be held from 20 to 24th of November will have time allocated for member states to announce their intention to submit draft resolutions or decisions. I encourage delegations to come prepared to inform of the potential draft resolutions they have. Please note that the submission of draft proposals should accompany a concept note providing the rationale for the submission of the proposal. This will facilitate the informal consultations. The informal consultations on the draft proposals will be held under the auspices of the Committee of Permanent Representatives through the subcommittee meetings of the committee and chaired by co-facilitators to be identified once the Bureau of UNIA and the CPR have a full picture of the drafts that have been submitted. The Secretary of the governing bodies of UNEP will shortly explain the process for submission of draft resolution. I wish you a fruitful discussion, and I'll give the floor now to Ms. Radhika.
Thank you, Excellency. Ms. Radhika Chalik, over to you.
Is it on? They have it, right? They're going to project it, but it's not projected. So I can start? Apologies for technical issues. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, I'm Radhika Halik. I'm the Secretary of the governing bodies at UNEP, and thank you for the opportunity to quickly go over the guidelines for the submission of draft resolutions and decisions for submission to UNEA 6. So you would have probably seen the guidelines that is made available online as a meeting document for this meeting. One of the mandates that we have to respect is UNEA Decision 5/4, in which UNEA strongly encouraged member states to submit draft resolutions at least 10 weeks before the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives, hence by 11 December 2023. So that's a deadline that's been proposed or decided by UNEA in Decision 5/4. Now, another decision that is important for member states to bear in mind is the CPR. It's called the Committee of Permanent Representative-Based Review. This was an exercise that was done by the CPR to review its working methods, and one of the decisions contained in the CPR-based review is to have delegations submit or announce their intention to submit draft resolutions at the annual subcommittee. So to announce intention to submit draft resolutions at the annual subcommittee, or to submit draft resolutions at least 12 weeks in advance of UNEA. So looking at the date for UNEA, 12 weeks in advance would be by 18 December. So in the guidelines that has been circulated, we are looking at two mandates that have been given to the Secretariat and to member states by the UNEA and by the by the CPR-based review, namely 11 December and 18 December deadlines for submission of draft resolutions. Now, in terms of the submission of the draft resolution, we have looked at past practice and practice from other intergovernmental bodies and have determined the process for submission of draft resolution. It has to be done by the main sponsor of the draft resolution through a note verbal, also providing the word version of the draft, and indicating who the main sponsor is, as well as who the additional sponsors to the draft resolution or draft decision are. The submission should include a concept note as mandated in the CPR-based review with the following information. If, as much as possible, they should reflect the information that is indicated there on the screen in terms of the content of the concept note. Namely, rationale for the submission, why this draft is important and it needs to be submitted to UNEA, relationship to UNEA 6 theme, relationship to UNEA's program of work, linkage to the Sustainable Development Goals, emerging global issues that may have an impact on the environment, relationship to the previously adopted UNEA resolutions and decisions, any relation to other intergovernmental fora, possible financial implications and financial requirements if the draft is adopted. So what are the financial resources required to implement the resolution? And identification of main stakeholders for the implementation of the resolution if it's adopted by UNEA. All drafts that are submitted, as well as the concept notes, will be made available on a UNEP resolutions portal, which was previously known as the PaperSmart portal. Each draft resolution page on the resolutions portal will include information such as the member state main sponsor focal point, who are the additional sponsors. The background documents will be made available there, as well as different versions of the draft will be uploaded on the portal throughout the negotiation or informal consultation process. Now, also based on the CPR-based review process, what has happened is that the process has welcomed the provision of the Secretariat providing something called the technical note. So based on the submission of the draft resolutions, UNEP Secretariat will provide or compile technical notes for each of the drafts that's been submitted. The aim is that within 2 or 3 weeks of submission, we will have the technical notes ready, and the content of the note will cover the requests that are made for UNEP in the draft, the relationship to UNEP's medium-term strategy and program of work, and to existing UNEA resolutions and decisions, an initial legal assessment that will be handled by our legal officer here, Stadler, who was in the room shortly before. Preliminary budget implications for implementing the draft, that's from UNEP perspective, how much it's going to cost to implement the draft, and the Secretariat focal points. If drafts are submitted by the recommended deadline date of 18 December, we will aim to have all the technical notes ready by mid-January, well in advance of the informal consultations that are to begin in January next year. So this is just a timeline of what we have to do leading up to UNEA. The annual subcommittee meeting is supposed to take place, annual subcommittee meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives. As you may know, this is the intersessional body of UNEA, and it prepares for UNEA. So the annual subcommittee meeting of the CPR is to be held on 20 to 24 November. Half a day during the 5 days of meeting will be devoted to preparations for UNEA, and this will be the opportunity for member states to announce their intentions to submit draft resolution. The idea is that this will allow other delegations to know what is coming forth for UNEA and to collaborate, to co-sponsor, and to consolidate proposals, as well as to avoid duplication of work. So if announcements are made at the annual subcommittee, it gives time for delegations to also sort of figure out which way to go and what is expected during UNEA. From the Secretariat side, in advance of the annual subcommittee, we will make unedited English versions of the ED's progress report. These are mandated progress reports for UNEA from previous UNEA resolutions. We will make those reports available before the annual subcommittee. And the idea again is that these reports will help member states in their thought process as they're preparing for UNEA to see what proposals should be submitted. So after the annual subcommittee, we'll begin the intersessional period, which goes from annual subcommittee all the way to the open-ended committee of CPR, which is to be held in February. Now, the open-ended CPR is from 19 to 23 February, and UNEA is the week after, from 26 February to 1 March. So in between, from annual subcommittee to the open-ended CPR will be the stage, which is the intersessional period. Draft resolutions to be submitted by 18 December, technical notes to be provided by early January, and then from January leading up to the open-ended CPR, the Bureau of UNEA and the Bureau of the CPR will look at the whole picture, will determine the clustering of the draft resolutions, and will help identify co-facilitators who will then start the informal consultations on the drafts from mid-January leading up to the open-ended CPR. The actual negotiations will happen during the open-ended CPR, whereby we will have capital representation. And the idea is any drafts that are agreed during the open-ended CPR, they are recommended to UNEA for adoption. Those drafts that might require additional time for negotiation, they will be allocated to a committee of the whole that is created during the week of UNEA. So just as I mentioned previously, we have the UNEP resolutions portal, previously known as the PaperSmart portal. This is a password-protected portal made available for member states as well as observers. So if you don't have access to the portal, I would suggest to use this period leading up to UNEA to ensure that you already have your username and password and access to the portal. And lastly, just to bring to your attention, as I mentioned, that the ED's reports will be made available in advance of the annual subcommittee. We have already a very robust website for UNEA 6, and information is being provided as they become available. So the documents for UNEA 6 are available at this link on the UNEA 6 website. I wanted to take this opportunity, though not linked, to inform member states that registration for UNEA 6 has already started, and also we have the process for submission of side events ongoing right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Radhika Ochali. Now, I would like to request member states to introduce any concept resolutions to the senior officials meeting. I shall request you to share a soft copy of the statement with the Secretariat. I understand that based on your communications, the Secretariat has prepared the list of interested speakers for the agenda item. So there are 3 countries in the list: Japan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. So may I request Japan to introduce the concept of their resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. And yes, that we are Japan proposing the draft resolution on synergetic approach to tackling triple planetary crisis. And I'd like to explain that rationale and background of why Japan proposed this. The world is facing the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We need to aim for integrated solutions to overcome the triple crisis rather than dealing with them individually. This means, for example, that when we promote measures to combat climate change, we should also encourage effective measures against biodiversity loss as well as pollution. It is also in the spirit of the SDGs, which call for maximizing synergies among individual goals. The SDGs summit was held last month. Unfortunately, it concluded that the SDGs were not on track, and in order to achieve the SDGs, we need to encourage countries to harness synergies. Prior to the SDGs summit, the global report on climate and SDGs synergies was released by the expert group. The Global Conference on Strengthening Synergies between the Paris Agreement and the SDGs has been co-organized by UNDESA and the UNFCCC Secretariat since 2019. This report outlines specific recommendations for promoting synergies. First, the report states that it is necessary to accumulate concrete examples of good practices generating synergies. Next, we should develop concrete methodologies to leverage synergies in policy making. The expert group report makes another critical point. It emphasizes that developing countries can gain benefits on the SDGs by taking more climate actions than developed countries. For example, many developmental co-benefits derive from adapting to climate change by utilizing forests and other ecosystems, the report pointed out. Based on those background, Japan would like to propose a resolution on strengthening synergetic approach at UNEA6. The objective of the resolution is to identify specific policy measures based on scientific knowledge to realize synergies. The draft resolution declares that in addition to the SDGs, we should promote the 1.5-degree target of the Paris Agreement, the 2050 vision and the 2030 mission for a nature-positive economy, as well as measures to address pollution through synergetic approaches in each member state. We also encourage countries to integrate synergy-related targets and co-benefits into existing reporting systems such as NDCs, NBSAPs, and VNRs as concrete actions. We would also request UNEP Executive Director to provide support in preparing an assessment report summarizing the findings to promote better synergetic actions. Please read the concept paper in the forum webpage in the key documents in more detail. Lastly, Japan will continue to play a leading role in promoting synergies, and we would like to work with like-minded countries and the United Nations. We would call on representatives here to join us in building momentum for synergy. We look forward to working with you on developing the resolution, so don't hesitate to contact us if you are interested in. I hope we can cooperate to expand synergetic actions worldwide and ultimately overcome the triple crisis as well as achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you for your presentation. Next, I invite the delegate from Nepal to present your concept.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka. and the Environment Authority of the Asia Pacific region, distinguished delegates and guests. I'm representing Nepal, a Himalayan country. You might be informed that the Hindu Kush Himalayan region is the largest reservoir of ice and snow after the Arctic and Antarctic region. But due to the adverse impact of the climate change, global warming, and environmental degradation, snow is melting at a faster rate than we can even expect. Black mountains without snow cover have become common in our country and the whole region. It is posing a challenge to life, livelihood, irrigation facilities, and clean energy generation in the region, and extended fertile plain land downstream. In order to take urgent action, the global community, the United Nations, and the development partners should come together to save this natural treasure. I humbly request this forum to endorse a resolution to focus on its sensitivity and realize the need for urgent action. I am aware, sir, of the procedure to submit a resolution to UNEP, but here I am proposing a very basic content of the resolution, which will further framed in the form of a standard and comprehensive resolution, as the previous speaker has already mentioned in earlier presentation, and as it has been posted on the websites of this UNEP also. A very basic concept of the draft resolution is as the forum accepts the sensitivity of the environmental problem in the Hindu Kush Himalaya caused by the adverse impact of the climate change and pollution, and realizes that a concerted effort by all the environment authorities, intergovernmental organizations, UN agencies, and the development partners should be initiated to halt and reverse the trend of disappearance of snow cover in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region to save life, maintain livelihood, and conserve nature. Thank you for now, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I request Sri Lanka to present.
Ayubowan, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Sri Lanka expects to share two draft concepts considering the need of global actions and urgency. The first concept is climate justice. Climate change is one of the triple planetary crises and a burning issue for all of the countries. Developing countries are highly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. Extreme events, climate events are increasing rapidly and create numerous socio-economic and environmental issues. Sri Lanka is also frequently experiencing losses and damages due to climate-induced disasters. The climate-vulnerable countries, in the meantime, are increasingly facing unpredicted challenges, creating ripple effects across all sectors of their economics and all segments of communities, and finally on the environmental sustainability. While everyone must do their part to address climate change, the burden should not be borne by those that have contributed the least. The world's richest 10% are responsible for 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions, and the poorest 50% are only responsible for 10% of, despite population and energy consumption increasing. The findings of the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, whereby accelerating warming of the planet is now estimated to reach 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030, and that global greenhouse gas emissions need to peak before 2025, at the latest, and be reduced by 43% by 2030 and 84% by 2040 versus current levels to prevent warming from surpassing 1.5 Celsius degrees. Climate justice should come to forefront and take the lead by the countries that created the global issues of climate change. The climate justice approach highlights the importance of sustainable development based on the need to scale up and transfer green technologies, and it is based on the principles of safeguarding the right of the most. Secondly, Government of Sri Lanka would like to suggest a concept on sustainable management of cascade system. We are acknowledged already that FAO designated globally important agricultural heritage systems are unique land use ecosystems and landscapes full of life and globally significant biodiversity, resilient ecosystems, and valuable cultural heritages managed by farmers, herders, fisher folks, and tribals. Among the FAO designated Sri Lankan globally important agricultural heritage is distinct because of the village tank cascade system, an ancient and intricate water management system that have been in place for millennia. These are ancient irrigation structures that link man-made tanks in a cascading sequence, and a unique feature demonstrating the adaptability of ancient communities of water scarcity, ensuring optimal utilization of water resources, particularly in the dry zones. Their relevance in the modern world extend beyond their historical significance, offering insights into sustainable water resource management and adaptive strategies for climate change. The cascade system management also is linked to UNIA resolution on sustainable lake management, and it can be aligned with the new UNIA's resolutions, taking into account the possibility of supporting integrated water resource management, biodiversity conservation, climate resilience, socio-economic benefits such as food security, community participation, and pollution control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I will move to the next agenda item. That's agenda item 3C, draft ministerial outcome of the UN Environment Assembly at its 6th session. Draft declaration of the UN Environment Assembly at its 6th session, UNEP/AP-ENV Forum 5/4. It is my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Abdelzak Lassel, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Morocco and Permanent Representative of UNEP, to introduce draft declaration of the United Nations Environment Assembly at its 6th session contained in UNEP/AP Environment Forum 3/4. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear colleagues. On behalf of Her Excellency Mrs. Leila Ben Ali, President of the 6th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, UNIA 6, and Minister for Energy Transition and Sustainable Development of the Kingdom of Morocco, I wish to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to Dr. Anil Jasingge, Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, and Mrs. Deshan Chetsiri, Regional Director and Representative of UNEP in Asia and Pacific, along with her dedicated colleagues in the regional office for their exceptional efforts in organizing this forum. As the representative of the UNIA 6 President, it is a great honor for me to address you regarding the UNIA 6 draft ministerial declaration and the ongoing informal consultations related to it. The Zero Draft Ministerial Declaration, circulated on May 8, was prepared on the basis of the background notes on the theme of UNIA 6, which has been shared with member states following the agreement of the UNIA Bureau on the theme of UNIA 6 at the joint UNIA and CPR Bureau meeting held on the 30th of January 2023, as well as the mandates resulting from the declaration and resulting resolutions adopted at the international meeting held in 2022-2023 and taking into account future perspective. The first draft ministerial declaration, circulated on the 17th August, incorporated most of the inputs and comments received on the draft zero. While aiming for a concise text, written in simple, non-UN language that can be easily accessible and well understood to the wide public. The informal consultations on the draft ministerial declaration serve as a forum for open, inclusive, and transparent dialogue with all interested member states, observers, major groups, and stakeholders, with a view to gather input and comments on the draft. As you may recall, the first informal consultations on the zero draft ministerial declaration took place on June 20th, followed by the second informal consultations on the first draft ministerial declaration held on 26th of September. As announced at the second informal consultations, the presidency plans to circulate the second draft of the ministerial declaration by mid-October, together with a revised roadmap for the informal consultations. As has been the practice, the presidency will hold the pen on the drafting of the ministerial declaration. Also, as per past practice, there will not be any line-by-line negotiation of the draft ministerial declaration. The presidency will aim toward a balanced and consensual text based on the inputs and comments provided by delegations. If needed, smaller group negotiation will be held later in the process. On behalf of the President Leila Ben Ali, I encourage all delegates to actively participate in the formal consultations on the draft ministerial declaration, which are held in a hybrid format to facilitate the participation of delegates in Nairobi as well as capital-based delegates. I wish you a fruitful discussion and I thank you all. Thank
you, Your Excellency. The senior officials and other stakeholders are invited to provide regional inputs to the draft declaration that will be adopted at the 6th session of United Nations Environment Assembly, UNIA 6. I understand that based on your communications, the Secretariat has prepared the list of interested speakers for the agenda item 3C. So now we have Australia, China, India, Japan, Nepal, Republic of Korea, FAO, SPREP, WWF. So I kindly request all of you to confine to 3 minutes in the interest of time constraints. So therefore, I will start from 2 online presentations, starting from Australia. Over to you, Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Just checking that you can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to firstly commend the UNEP Secretariat for their efforts to date in developing the UNEA 6 Ministerial Declaration. Australia is pleased with progress to date on the Ministerial Declaration, and I look forward to working with member countries, especially those in the Asia-Pacific region, to reach consensus on this declaration before UNEA 6. It is Australia's view that the Ministerial Declaration should focus strongly on the UNEA 6 theme of effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It is also Australia's view that the document should remain succinct and not grow much further beyond its current 4-page length. This will allow the Ministerial Declaration to be an accessible resource and better allow the key messages in this declaration to be shared across the global community. In developing the ministerial declaration, Australia notes that there should be a focus on delivering the agreed targets aimed at reducing environmental degradation, particularly all pillars of the CBD's global biodiversity framework, including the 30 by 30 commitment and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Australia would also like to see the cross-cutting nature of climate change and its impacts on the environment included, reflecting the increasing focus of UNEP's work on the climate-environment nexus. Finally, we would like to see the ministerial declaration strongly emphasise the leadership role UNEP plays on many global issues, including the health-environment interface through One Health, reducing pollution, including plastic pollution and the Science Policy Panel, and playing a facilitative role with other international organisations to ensure a joined-up approach to global environmental governance. We look forward to working with you all on this in the lead up to UNEA 6. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for keeping on time. Then over to China, please.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Good afternoon, every delegates. I would like to share China's comments for ministerial declaration of UNEA 6. As we know, the ministerial declaration as an important document planned for adoption by UNEA 6 will provide guidance for UNEA 6. China actively joined the UNEA 6 ministerial declaration process, pay more attention to the progress, and provide comments on both zero and the fourth draft. Next, we have general 3 comments for declaration. Firstly, we appreciate the inclusion of relevant expression in Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework in the draft ministerial declaration. The Kunming framework is crucial for reversing the loss of biodiversity and achieving the vision of harmonious coexistence between humans and nature by 2050. We hope all countries will work together to accelerate the implementation of the Kunming framework, set up goals corresponding to the framework goals from different levels, and promote the implementation of framework through strong policy plans. Sufficient financial resources, scientific and effective monitoring and evaluation system. Secondly, we emphasize that climate change is a global challenge that requires international community to work together to tackle. China calls on all parties to adhere to the goals and institutional arrangement set out in the UNFCCC and its parent agreement, as well as the principle of fairness, common but differentiate responsibilities and respective capacity, and to adhere to the equal emphasis on mitigation and adaptation. Unilateral measures such as trade barriers and decoupling will undermine global collective efforts to tackle climate change. All parties should avoid empty talk about goals, translate them into policies, measures, and specific actions. So, thirdly, we support true multilateralism as countries united to tackle challenges such as climate change, biodiversity, and environmental pollution. We uphold a scientific, rigorous, fair, and just attitude. Asia-Pacific countries should further strengthen unity and cooperation in promoting regional common development when maintain multilateral environmental conventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Japan. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan generally support.
I'm sorry, next India. Sorry. India, no? Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invitees, officials, friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, India would like to thank the Presidency of UNIA 6 and the UNEP Secretariat for coming out with a comprehensive draft ministerial declaration for UNIA 6 under the theme of effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. India has been actively taking part in the informal consultations on the drafts of the ministerial declaration and has already submitted its comments on the declaration. Other than the three planetary environmental crises, India feels that we are also facing other environmental challenges like land degradation, waste management, ocean acidification, etc. And to pull out from the vicious trap of the three planetary environmental challenges and other crises, the developing countries need a big push from the developed countries in terms of finance, technology, capacity building, etc. In the first draft, we have suggested to mention the need of US $5.8 to $5.9 trillion in the pre-2030 period required for developing countries, in particular for the need to implement their NDCs, as well as the need of USD 4 trillion per year for clean energy technologies by 2030 to reach net zero emissions by 2050. Further, in the first draft, we have also suggested incorporating Rio Conventions, sustainable lifestyles for climate action, and global efforts towards attainment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Developed countries and developing countries cannot be treated on an equal footing, as the present climate crisis is a direct result of historical emissions. Therefore, it is necessary that the climate actions should be guided by the Rio principles. The G20 countries recently adopted the G20 high-level principles on lifestyles for sustainable development, where they committed to robust collective actions that will enable the world to embrace sustainable production and consumption patterns and mainstream lifestyles for sustainable development. At the upcoming UNIA 6, we are considering piloting a draft resolution on sustainable lifestyles for United Nations Environment Assembly called Behavioral Nudges Towards Sustainable Lifestyles. In the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, nature-based solutions and/or ecosystem-based approaches were mentioned. In this context, it may be good to note that the G20 Environment and Climate Sustainability Ministerial Outcome document included, and I quote, "Further, we will strive to implement as appropriate nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches, and other management and conservation approaches for mitigation and adaptation action while ensuring relevant social and environmental safeguards, taking into consideration United Nations Environment Assembly Resolution 5/5 and the contributions of Working Group 2 to the IPCC 6th Assessment Report." To conclude, I would like to emphasize that for effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, efforts at the global level, regional level, national level, and even local level may be guided by the founding pillars of the Rio Conventions and the 27 principles of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Japan, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan generally supports the first draft. Compared to the third draft, it now includes critical elements on mitigation actions for the climate crisis, nature positive economy, as well as plastics. However, still a critical element is missing. In the morning that I briefly touch upon it, it is resource efficiency and circular economy. To address the triple crisis, this issue is crucial. Resource efficiency and circular economy has the potential to reduce 45% of our GHG emissions. It also contributes to achieving nature positive economies because 90% of biodiversity loss and water stress impacts come from extracting and processing of natural resources. Actually, the background report for Agenda 2 also has a chapter on circular economy in section D, in addition to 3 chapters on the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Japan has been promoting 3R and assists Asia-Pacific countries on waste management. We would like countries here to support including resource efficiency and circular economy in the ministerial declaration. In the description of RECE, cooperation with the private sector also needs to be included, we believe. Secondly, we should add a significant IPCC finding, that is, peaking out by 2025. IPCC AR6 projected that in order to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, global greenhouse gas emissions must peak between 2020 and at the latest before 2025. So we need to put these findings into the ministerial declarations. Lastly, we have a concern on the description of CBDR in the first draft. The current wording goes beyond the existing agreements in MES. In addition, we should not induce unnecessary dichotomization between developing countries and the developed one, we believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Nepal, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, environmental authorities, distinguished guests, and representatives of the development partners, ladies and gentlemen. As I have already mentioned in the Agenda 3B, I am reiterating the same here too. After looking at the draft ministerial declaration of the United Nations Environmental Assembly at its 6th session, found it comprehensive, touching on most of the issues and problems that we all have been facing since the emergence of the problem caused by the triple planetary crisis. Within the geography of the Asia and Pacific region, we have a subset of a special geography, which is the Hindu-Kush-Himalayan region, comprising either whole or part of 8 countries of the region. Being the highest place on the planet Earth, this region faces the problem more and before than faced anywhere on the globe. Disappearance of the snow cover at a faster rate than ever is a matter of concern to us. Excellencies, following a globally accepted principle related to climate change of leaving no one behind, we should not delay addressing the issues of this very special region by paying global attention. So I request this forum to give a place in the proposed ministerial declaration of the UNS6 because it deserves, otherwise any delay will leave us with regret only. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I request Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Since I already shared the points of interest and concern in my previous 2 statements, let me highlight just one point concerning the draft declaration. In fighting against the plastic pollution, Korea is fueling the national drive to reduce plastics and transition to a circular economy. But we fully recognize the global nature of plastic issues and actively engaging in the ongoing INC process from the initial stage. The INC aims at completing the drafting by the end of 2024, and Korea will host the 5th meeting during the second half of 2024. We are hoping to celebrate the agreement on the new plastic treaty in Korea at the Inc. 5, and we hope that our strong commitment to completing the formulation of plastic agreement by 2024 will be clearly demonstrated in the UNEA6 ministerial declaration. In addition, the following year in 2025, Korea will be hosting the World Environment Day. We are planning to prepare the event to be an opportunity to build a strong momentum for global action to end plastic pollution. The ministerial declaration will need to be comprehensive yet clear. It needs to present a strong political message while providing guidance for concrete actions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I give the floor to FAO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senior officials and distinguished guests, I would like to thank the government of Sri Lanka and UNEP for hosting this event and for the opportunity to contribute. FAO welcomes the emphasis on food systems and One Health in sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and in promoting circular economy in the Asia-Pacific region. Agriculture, encompassing crops, livestock, fisheries, aquaculture, forestry, and food supply chains, are suffering from and also driving the triple planetary crisis. In all national pathways of food system transformation, FAO supports building resilience to climate change and mitigating other risks such as pests and diseases, pandemic disease spillover, and market price shocks, to name a few. Food systems transformation is a top priority to achieve food and nutrition security and to ensure sustainable livelihoods, especially for the 100 million smallholder farmers who produce 80% of the world's food. At the same time, countries are looking to raise climate ambition, aiming at carbon neutral and net zero agri-food systems. FAO member countries have recently adopted the FAO Strategy on Climate Change 2022 to 2031 that aims at more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and low-carbon agri-food systems. Recognizing the consequences of land use changes and unsustainable agricultural intensification on forests, ecosystems, and biodiversity, which in turn increases exposure to and vulnerability to climate change, pandemic disease spillover, and disasters that jeopardize efforts to end hunger and poverty. FAO member countries also set objectives to transform agri-food systems to be nature positive within the four betters, which are at the heart of the FAO strategic network and framework. Better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, leaving no one behind. The triple planetary crisis and the recent global COVID-19 pandemic, including associated global economic impacts, highlights the importance and need to collaborate across sectors and among ministries. This is the essence of One Health. Additionally, although traditionally established to address zoonotic diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and food safety, the updated definition of One Health provided by the One Health high-level expert panel and endorsed by the quadripartite, including FAO, UNEP, WHO, and WOA, now clearly aims to engage the environment and wildlife sectors to protect the health of people, animals, wildlife and domestic, and the environment. We invite all of you to attend our One Health side event this evening at 6 p.m. to learn more about this important new area of collaboration that requires the engagement and collaboration from the environment sector. The FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agriculture sectors, the voluntary guidelines for mainstreaming biodiversity into policies, national and regional plans of action on nutrition, the FAO UNEP co-leadership of the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, as well as FAO global assessments of water, soil and water pollution from agriculture are a few more examples of FAO's actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity, and pollution, and areas that are also being incorporated into FAO's and others' One Health areas of work at regional level. In February 2024, Sri Lanka will host the FAO 37th Asia-Pacific Regional Conference, the ministerial meeting on food and agriculture in the region, and including our 47 member countries in the region. Shifting towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, low-carbon agri-food systems, halting and reversing biodiversity loss in agriculture, addressing water scarcity are main themes of the regional conference, as FAO member countries translate the national pathways for food system transformation into action. Additionally, FAO, UNEP, WHO, and WOA are jointly rolling out the One Health Joint Plan of Action in the Asia-Pacific region, and this will involve ministries of environment, agriculture, and health to collaborate at national level to address threats to health and the environment. Particular attention should be given to Action Track 6 of the Joint Plan of Action, which aims to integrate environment into One Health, focusing on protecting, restoring, and preventing ecosystem degradation, providing relevant training programs for the environment sector to understand their role and contribution to One Health, and integrating environmental knowledge and data and evidence in One Health decision-making. FAO recommends the ministerial declaration reiterate the importance of sustainable multilateral actions for food system transformation and promoting One Health approaches that are crucial and critical to address this triple planetary crisis that we face. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important event.
Thank you. I now request SPREP, organization SPREP, to speak. Okay. Okay. We'll forego. Then I go to WWF. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good day, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, stakeholders, and partners. Thank you to the government of Sri Lanka and UNEP for leading the organization of this very important event. WWF welcomes the first draft of the UNEA 6 Ministerial Declaration and commends the President and members for the draft, which serves as a good basis for an ambitious political outcome at UNEA 6. WWF calls on member states to kindly consider our inputs on the different parts of the declaration as indicated in our full submission that had been previously submitted earlier and available at the UNEA 6 website. To keep within today's intervention time limit, I would just like to mention one paragraph regarding 9D, where the proposed text as follows: develop an international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastic as resolved in UNEA Resolution 5/14. We call on all member states to continue to engage constructively in the ongoing negotiations with a sense of urgency and commit to establish the necessary common global rules for an ambitious, just, and effective legally binding outcome of the INC by 2024 that includes necessary common global binding rules to eliminate problematic and avoidable plastic products, polymers and chemicals of concern, ensure safe plastic circularity through harmonized product design, and environmentally sound waste management supported by equally ambitious means of implementation. End of paragraph. WWF comments how the world has undertaken similarly formidable tasks against other global threats to nation people, such as the Montreal Protocol and the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, and finds that the world will succeed once again by making the most out of the new plastic pollution treaty's unique potential, as the plastic pollution is already affecting 90% of marine species, among others, and as literature says, if no action is taken, the annual flow of plastic into the ocean is projected to triple by 2040, and in these 2 years of INC process, the negotiations, the total amount of plastic pollution in the ocean is estimated to increase by 15%, or around 35 million metric tons. WWF remains committed in supporting member states and available for your Excellency's perusal or online in our websites or materials that provide more information that we respectfully submit for the consideration of member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I invite Iran to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Just a short intervention. We ask for highlighting the importance of combating sand and dust storm in this ministerial declaration. as an effect of climate change, and unfortunately this phenomenon which lead to biodiversity loss and pollution in our region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, I give the floor to major groups and stakeholders, please, as the last speaker.
Dear Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, I am Prem Singh Tharu from Asia Indians People Pact, speaking on behalf of the major groups. We thank to the UN Environment Programme and the Ministry of Environment of Sri Lanka for hosting the 5th conference. We are happy to have this opportunity to comment on the draft of the UNEA 6 Ministerial Declaration. We welcome the theme, effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral action to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It brings a spotlight on the 3 biggest crises we are faced today and invites effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral action to address these. However, the draft of the Ministerial Declaration seems to be unbalanced and unrepresentative of the concerns of developing countries who are the most and worst affected. There is no recognition of the common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. One of the well settled and foundational principles of the UNFCCC and climate action. The draft declaration also provides very little incentive to the developing countries by omitting to mention financial needs to address climate crisis, SDG financing needs, or even financial needs to address plastic or chemicals, waste, and prevention of pollution. The finance is the biggest enabler of environmental action, including the 3 crises mentioned, and addressing financial needs will build trust for the desired multilateral actions. The draft also does not reflect the complexity and the current realities of multiple and intersecting crises, raising poverty and hunger and inequality. It also fails to address uneven recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and impacts of war and conflict. Many of these intersecting crises are underpinned by the inequality in the global governance, including global economic architecture, a systemic barrier or challenge, which the declaration fails to address. It may be good to address the impact of war and conflicts on environment. A start can be made by calling UNEP to make an assessment report to be presented to the UNEA 7. Animal welfare, one of the UNEA's 5 resolutions, not mentioned anywhere, may be good to link it with human and environmental health. Pollution has got only a fleeting mention. We look forward to a commitment towards a zero pollution future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now we need break time to prepare the chair's summary. It will take at least 1 hour, and then we have to come back and then once again discuss. So we shall resume the session after 1 hour. So copies of the chair summary will be circulated accordingly to member states for your review. So during this 1 hour, you may enjoy tea or coffee, and also please don't forget to visit the exhibition. They have taken a lot of efforts to put up the exhibition, and you, there are in every stall there's somebody to explain. Yeah, please experience whatever the green initiatives that we have, we want to show you. Thank you very much. We break for now, and then 4:45. Right? So please come back at 4:45, right? Yeah, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, excuse me. I have my flag up for the last 10 or 20 minutes. You didn't even care to look at it, because we really also want to contribute to the discussions that's been done. I felt disillusioned by the fact that your pre-programmed interventions hasn't allowed participations from us, particularly from the Pacific. Because when you look at the presentations that's been done so far, none from the Pacific has ever made any submission, has made any interventions in regards to the guidelines that's been provided by the Secretariat, as well as the ministerial declaration. So I'm a bit disappointed, Chair, to say the least. Thank you.
Okay, we will take Fiji and youth the last two speakers. Okay, Fiji, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. And let me make two brief interventions. The first is in regards to the timeline that's been provided by the Secretariat in terms of submissions. We from Fiji in particular, and we would like also to coordinate with our Pacific colleagues of making appropriate draft resolutions as well. I know we can't make the cut to this meeting here, as you will appreciate the lack of coordination on our part as individual member states. So we would like, from Fiji's perspective, hopefully we can be able to put something together, because there are important thematic issues that we feel the Pacific should make submissions on, for instance, blue finance and natural environment. So that was the point that I would like to make mention earlier. And also, you've heard earlier of my support towards Japan's proposal on the synergies. And now that Japan has made that proposal, calling for countries to support it, Fiji is willing to support them. But we will have to do our internal consultations again. But this is the forum that we need to undertake that. But I realize that we have to email directly to Kotaro-san. I think the process is that we have to table it officially here, so that it becomes everybody's member states' information that we are keen to go this to take this approach in supporting Japan's useful proposal on promoting synergistic approaches. The second point, Chair, is on the draft ministerial declaration. I've had a brief look through it. It's very unbalanced. More work needs to be done on it. From the Pacific perspective, Fiji, from our perspective as Fiji, and also I'm sure my colleagues from the Pacific will share with me that more work will need to be done on it. My question to you, Chair, is when is the appropriate time also to provide some views? Is it too late now, or do you have a timeline in the future that we can be able to do this? Thank you, Chair.
Secretariat. Let Secretariat explain this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the question from the representative of Fiji on contribution or input to the draft ministerial declaration, just wanted to outline that the process is led by the UNEA president and in particular the PR of Morocco in Nairobi. And the informal consultations on the draft ministerial declaration is taking place in Nairobi. The consultations are held in a hybrid format. So we try and have the consultations in the afternoon to factor in the time difference in the various locations. And as the drafts go through various iterations, the draft is circulated by the UNEA president to all member states. And the request for inputs on the draft is also made through that letter. All the inputs that are provided are made available on the website, on UNEA 6 website. Would be happy to show the website later on to the delegations if they're interested. And all the inputs that have been received are made available. So I would kindly request delegations that as the process moves forward to participate in the informal consultations on the draft ministerial declaration, as well as to provide inputs through the consultation process led by the UNEA president. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I hope that will address your concern, delegate from Fiji. Next, I request youth and children group to speak.
Thank you for your kind consideration, Honorable Chair. I'm Sakura Takahashi from Japan, representing the voices of Asia-Pacific children and youth through the Children and Youth Major Group. Firstly, we wish to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the UNEA 6th Bureau and the esteemed member states for their receptive embrace of our recommendations, seamlessly moving them into the first draft of the ministerial declaration. Furthermore, suggestions on the first draft, meticulously compiled, have been submitted in written form and are readily accessible through the UNEA 6 portal for your perusal. Our unwavering conviction revolves around the premise that each environmental objective warrants a definitive timeline. Consequently, we advocate for the inclusion of a reference to the pre-industrial level timeframe when alluding to the imperative of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Such precision shall extricate us from ambiguity and conspicuously delineate the commitments of ministers with regards to climate action. Moreover, it is incumbent upon us to highlight the gravest climate-induced catastrophes, such as droughts, changing rain patterns, and heat waves, among others, to ensure the comprehensive assessment of regional and sub-regional consequences of climate change. We also advocate for the refinement of the focus within paragraph 9.c, which pertains to just and sustainable energy transition. We propose a shift in emphasis towards the facilitation of constructive dialogues to facilitate cooperation among all stakeholders striving for this energy transition. It is also imperative to maintain a balanced approach across all environmental facets addressed within the declaration. In light of the pressing crisis of plastic pollution, we call for a more robust reference to an international legally binding instrument to embrace the obligations of states to confront this formidable environmental and health emergency. The ministerial declaration must reiterate the keeping focus of a comprehensive life cycle perspectives in assessing its impacts on all ecosystems, while also confirming the resonance of upholding human rights and adhering steadfastly to the polluter pays principle. We hold the belief that it is crucial to remain attuned to significant developments within the broader United Nations framework when discussing sustainable consumption and production, as outlined in paragraph 11. Thus, we earnestly request the incorporation of language pertaining to the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, a visionary initiative born out of the international meeting of Stockholm Plus 50 in June 2022, jointly spearheaded by UNEP, ILO, and UNICEF. This inclusion will underscore our commitment to fostering green employment opportunities. Furthermore, we humbly request the inclusion of a reference to the Youth Endowment Assembly preceding UNEA. Such a reference should not only bolster the continuity of a pivotal practice on UNEA 5 ministerial declaration, but also underscore the member states' unwavering support for the pivotal process of engaging children and youth consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. So I announce the break. Please come back to the room by 5:15. 5 o'clock. 5 p.m. Please come back to room at 5 o'clock. Thank you very much for cooperation. Thank you.
request them to pay attention.
Shall we?
Yeah, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can we all sit? Please be seated. Okay, now we are trying to come to the end of the meeting. Agenda number 4, endorsement of chair's summary of the senior officials of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Now, as you all know, we are late by about 1 hour. We will have a side event as well as soon as we finish this meeting. And then, of course, we will have the dinner. So what Secretariat did was they posted online to all registered participants the chair's summary. So the chair's summary is with all the online and physical participants, and other than that, the printed chair summary was distributed among physical participants. So what we will do is now, yeah, of course, only member states, this chair summary is not given to the other participants, only the member states. Now, actually, as it is a chair summary and not a meeting report, it does not require formal endorsement or approval by the meeting. However, I would kindly request that senior officials to take note of the chair summary and authorize me to finalize the summary with UNEP Secretariat, taking into account the views of the senior officials. What we will do is, we will have 10 minutes for perusal. Then thereafter, if there are, pertinent issues, you may raise, you may say then and there. But then, once again, the Secretariat wrote to all the countries that you could actually present your positions till 7 a.m. Sri Lankan time. Till 7 a.m. Sri Lankan time. So tomorrow, and this chair summary will have to be submitted to the ministerial forum. So therefore, the Secretariat will need time to finalize and submit. So I remain. So after 10 minutes, if you have, some real, yeah, I mean, if you have certain observations that, you think need to be addressed then and there, you may do so. Otherwise, there's time till 7 a.m. as well. And then we will, of course, do the needful. Thank you.
Yes, Japan, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, to prepare this summary report. And I understand that that this is a chair's summary, not the negotiated text. So that, but I would like to make two factual correction. So as a summary of today's discussion. First is at page 6, para 15, on the first bullet. And line on 1, 2, 3, 4, it was noted that the synergistic approaches were needed to address the triple planetary crisis, guided by founding principles, including blah, blah, blah. But I think, as far as I know, that this synergistic approach is not combined, discuss the combination with those founding principles. So what I propose is that make it two separate the sentences, reading that it was noted that synergistic approaches were needed to address the triple planetary crisis period. And it was also noted that triple crisis need to be guided by founding principles, including. So that's the first suggestion Japan make. And the second suggestion is that in page 9, third bullet, about that summarizing that Japan's interventions, and starting in Japan noted that resource efficiency and circular economy, and the second sentence mentioning now the issue of addressing GHG emissions should also be noted. It is quite too vague. I mentioning about that picking out by 2025. That was IPCC findings. So I'd like to propose to revise it starting from IPCC AR6 findings on peaking out by 2025 should also be noted. So that's the second factual correction we would like to propose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please send this to Secretariat by email so that
yes,
clarity remains.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other observations, please? I see none. Okay, I see none. So what we will do is there's time for you to send by mail to the Secretariat if there are observations till 7 a.m. Sri Lankan time, of course tomorrow. So then we will incorporate, we will try to incorporate your observations. So So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to express my gratitude to all the participants for excellent cooperation and fruitful deliberations. Key elements of the report of the senior official segment will be presented on 5th October, that is tomorrow, 2023, at the ministerial segment under this agenda item 8. I close the senior officials meeting of the 5th Forum of the Ministers
and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific and invite, before that, I believe you have a good time in Sri Lanka, so we have arranged certain other things for you to enjoy. So the Secretariat will come up with them. So once again, I thank all of you for the cooperation. On behalf of the Bureau members, myself and two Vice Chairs and the Bureau, once again I like to thank all of you for successfully completing this meeting today. So thank you very much, and I invite the Secretariat for logistical and housekeeping.
Thank you very much. Just to announce about our side event, as informed you earlier, you are all kindly invited to participate in the One Health and its environment dimension in Asia Pacific region, the side event. And the event is going to commence at this meeting room at 7 o'clock, and we will continue until 8:30. After which you are invited to join the dinner reception with beverages in the next room. So we very much look forward to your participation in this side event. Thank you.